Hello. What's up, everybody? JR, Rasta, 10 bucks, Cassie, Macaron, Pukabear, Shezar, Heroes and Diamonds, Enkthar, Colette, Archeesy, Fire Rider. Hope everyone's doing well today. Thank you, Brendan, for the raid. How are free solo attempts going? You're still around. How fun is that? What's up, Luck? How are you doing today? Thank you, Enkthar, for the tier 3, 25 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you very much, Enkthar. Enkthar, you will be remembered. I think today might be the last day. It feels like we're getting pretty close to the summit, so I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I saw I didn't watch but I saw Brendan's title earlier, and apparently he's doing free solo attempts now, so that's scary. So it means he finished the game, which, you know. $10. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Clipturn, Dojo Drummer, Numerous, Lord Ish, Covenant of Blood. You will all be remembered. You had 35% off. Yep, 35% off. You would be losing money if you're not taking advantage of that. $10. As I'm sure you know. We're smart men. What's up, Lord? You are no fool. That's true. That's true. Thank you, $10. Very appreciated. See, Wern is not a fool either. Thank you, Warren, for the 5 gifted subs. 832 total. I appreciate it. Thank you, Warren. Northerner, Luck, Happino, I wank off IKEA staff. That's a crazy name. I want to talk to that person. I want to understand this person's psyche. And Vinny, you will all be remembered. Thank you, Warren. Oh, Jesus. I'm working at the wrong IKEA store. I guess so, look, right? Also, you work at an IKEA store? That's awesome. I have so many questions. $10. Thank you for gifting a sub to Risa. What's up, Risa? What's up, Warren? Good to see you. Thank you, $10. Risa, you will be remembered. What's up, North? Sim, thank you for 5 gifted subs to the community. Those are your first 5 gifted subs? That sounds wrong. I don't know, Sim. I had a feeling you had gifted more subs in the past, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sim. That's very generous of you. Thank you. And Jimmy, Clash, Prometheus, Harmonious Crow, and Galoo. You will all be remembered. Thank you, everyone. So many gift subs already. So much generosity. Thank you for taking advantage of the 35% off. So, as you guys know, Twitch now gives us the option to run promotions, discounts, whenever we want. The way they're doing it now is a bit different than they initially did it last year. Like last year, they gave us a bunch and we could use them pretty much whenever. Now they're giving us 3 of them every 3 months. So you can use them all, you know, like 3 days in a row if you want, but you only get like, it only refreshes every 3 months. So you basically get 1 per month is the idea. That's personally the way I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna the way I'm gonna do it is probably gonna be once a month. Not sure when. I don't know if it's gonna be every month or sometimes I'm gonna save up for a specialty. I don't know. But like typically, I would love to run one per month. Probably generally towards the end of the month. I don't know, you know. Again, I'm trying to also be smart about the plus points, of course. You know, still trying to work on those plus points. So like giving enough time for people to potentially sub on their own if they want is always a good idea. That's what it is. Look, that is what it is. Yeah. I like elephants. Originally it's a lot more simple than that. It's just because when I was a young kid, my grandmother got me an elephant plushie, which I've had my entire life. So I've always liked elephants just because of that. Because when I was literally like 6 months old when I got it. So elephants have always been one of my favorite animals. And so, yeah. But I think the elephant's a good animal. It's a good... I like it. I think it fits me. You know, it's slow, it has a bit of a wise sort of... You know, it's considered a wise animal, you know, because of its slow pace, I guess. Yeah, we do get less money, Risa. I mean, we... basically, the split applies after a discount, is what it is. Yeah, that's true. Look, I mean, it could be. Originally, I was thinking for this month. Like, I was thinking about it last week, and I was like, if I'm gonna do like a Steam Fest demo stream, that would be a good opportunity for that, like a special event, right? Or obviously, if it's my birthday or stuff like that. But yeah, I felt like there's a chance today is the last CAIRN stream because it feels like we're sort of getting towards the end, so it felt like a good idea. If indeed today is the last CAIRN stream, I'm not sure what tomorrow is gonna be. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do some demos or if I'm just gonna, you know, take an extra day to prepare for the next steps, which is gonna be dispatch, most likely. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure it all out. I mean, I'm kind of playing it by ear days. Yeah, Sim, what's up, Sim and Brainy? This is the one. Thank you, Brainy, for the tier 3 45 month. Didn't you not resub like yesterday? I'm confused. Or am I confused? Maybe I'm confused. But thank you, Brainy. Nope? Okay. Well, Brainy, you will be remembered. Thank you. And yes, that specific emote is literally my plushie elephant. Hold on, is it? Oh, it's too far. I can't grab it. It's on the shelf. A little far behind. I mean, the demo stream sounds fun, yes. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do one. If I want to do one, it has to be tomorrow. Or I have to do an extra stream on Friday and Saturday. Because the demo fest ends on Sunday, I think. Or Saturday, even. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with it is more like... It's the logistics of the demo streams that I'm a little worried about. Yeah. Having to download a demo while I'm playing. I don't know. It sounds like a recipe for dropped frames and other issues. I don't know. If I had more time to prepare, I could have, like, you know... We could have had... I don't know. We could have. You could download a bunch at the start while chatting. I think you overestimate my internet. My internet downloads at 12 ms. Well, mega. Megabits, megabytes. I always confuse the two. I have 100 megs internet. So it's not, you know, I don't have like crazy fiber or whatever, you know. That's the downside of living in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's fast enough for any reasonable use, but, you know. I can download like a 20 gig game in like 5 minutes, right? I was thinking the demos wouldn't be huge. I mean, you would think that, but even something like Zero Parades is like 5 gigs or something. So that immediately takes, you know, something like 30 minutes or something. I don't know exactly how long it takes, but especially again, like the issue is I would have to limit the download speed for Steam to not literally kill the stream, right? So, what's up, Harmonious Crow? How are you doing today? But yeah, Warren, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I've played 5 minutes of Zero Parades before I was like, this is gonna be really special. I'm uninstalling, I don't want to know anything more. Like, I literally went through the first conversation in the game, and then like, I engaged with like an item in the room, and there was a little bit of that disco vibe of like clicking over and over again on the same item, and like, you can tell something slightly changing. And I was like, oh my god, this is already like, I'm already feeling the, you know, the you know, that sort of disco vibe with the world being slightly off, you know, like in a way that is delicious. So, and the writing was beautiful. So I was like, you know what, I'm uninstalling. I'm convinced. That's all I needed to see. I know I'm going to play that game. I'm going to stream that game one day. I don't want to know anything else. So yeah, it's Zero Parades was extremely convincing for me. I wasn't sure, obviously, because of all the, you know, the situations with Zaum and the, you know, some of the people that worked on Disco leaving. They still have some very, very good artists over there, let me tell you, because the game seems really good. I know, Soitsu, me neither. I you know, I couldn't imagine it would be anywhere close. I was ready to be disappointed. It literally took 5 seconds for me to already be like, oh my god. The title screen alone and the music, I was like, oh shit, this is happening. I'm feeling it. It felt, it's so strange. It felt both familiar and new at the same time. There was a clear, you know, it clearly feels like a game made by at least, you know, some of the same people. Like, it has the vibe, it has the a little bit of that aesthetic, and it has a little bit of the it's really interesting. And it also feels very different. The world, from the little I've seen, feels like it has a different vibe, and it's not like, it's not focusing on the same themes, right? It feels like it has new sort of interesting narrative themes and all that. Like, I think it's gonna be great. I don't think so, Warren. I think it's 2026 so far. Which obviously I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna play it right away. I'm gonna give time for people to go through it. I have to do a second playthrough of Disco before that anyway, so we're good. But let me tell you, it was really hard to uninstall the demo. Literally, I uninstalled the demo after, like I said, after 5 minutes. The rest of the night, I could only think about how I was mad at myself for uninstalling. And I was like, I kind of want to reinstall and just play the 5 hours, or I think people have said the demo is around 5 hours if you really take your time with it. And that was the only thing I could think of, is I want to reinstall that thing and I want to dive in that world. But I mean, that's what I've heard, Warren. I don't know how much, you know, it's, you know, maybe doing it several times and picking different options, right? Maybe it's less than that, but there's so many already choices that maybe you can, you know, maybe people that said 5 hours are just replaying it like 5 times or something. Yeah. What's up, Switz? Yeah, me too. So it's, I mean, again, we've had that conversation before. I'm sure we'll have it plenty of times when I play Disco again and when eventually I play Zero Parades. But, you know, I think it was just a very shitty situation. I understand that there's a lot of, you know, less than ideal outcomes with like the rights with the Disco Elysium world and all that, and I understand that it's, but you know, I'm trying to also look at, you know, there's a good portion of the people that worked on Disco that also worked on this. It's a video game is rarely a solo effort. Sometimes it is, right? Some games have been made by a single person or a few, like couple people, right? Blueprints is a good example of that. Disco was not one of those, right? Disco was a collective effort. A lot of people worked on that game. And I don't think, you know, as a writer myself, I don't think the lead writer, the creator of the world necessarily holds all the power and everything. Like it doesn't just hold on that person, right? Like I honestly believe that if some studio took my world, the world of my novels, and wanted to make a game out of it, they wouldn't need me to make a good game. I mean, I would be glad to participate, but, you know, I'm sure they could make a very good game even if I wasn't involved. So, you know, and in this case, it's not even the disco world, right? Well, at least as far as I can tell, it's a brand new universe that's separate from the disco one. But I don't know, maybe it's connected in a way. We'll find out, I guess, when the game comes out and I play it. But what's up, Captain Max? How are you doing today? But yeah, I mean, I understand that some people are miffed and some people, you know, don't want to support the publisher. I totally get it. I'm not, you know, it's one of those situations where I'm not judging anyone. I'm not judging the people who want to boycott the game, and I'm not judging the people who want to play the game. And, you know, everyone's free to do what they want. I'm totally okay with I don't think there's a clear moral stance here. I think it's a very complex situation on a lot of different levels: personal, legal, financial, whatever, right? You know, if I'm gonna spend my energy on ethical battles, I think there are a lot more obvious ones than than video games these days. But, you know, that's just me, right? I have a limited. I'm just a little me. I have a limited amount of mental energy for that stuff. So, some people probably can afford a little more bandwidth when it comes to fighting the system. Do we actually know what caused the split? So I think I know there's documentaries about that. I haven't personally watched any of them because I want to play Disco again before I watch anything related to it, because I don't want to remind myself or see things that I haven't seen yet. But I know there's a documentary series, and there's a lot of like investigations that have been done. Some of them maybe less than neutral, right? Like some of the hardcore fans of the original creator have obviously made their own versions of the story. But yeah, I think there's a documentary right now that apparently is pretty neutral. Like that apparently takes on the story in a sort of, you know, pretty objective way, hopefully at least. But yeah, it's a mix between, you know, people that were difficult to work with, differences of opinion on the creative direction of the studio, and just like financial, you know, sort of shenanigans with the rights. And I think it was a very complex sort of situation. What's up, Emma? How are you doing today? It is good to see you. I did Soitsu, yeah. I did play also like about 10 minutes of Esoteric Ebb. It seems very, you know, it seems to take sort of like the disco formula and put it in a very interesting fantasy, like TTRPG, you know, inspired sort of shell, which I think is quite interesting. I didn't hate what I played, for sure. I liked the aesthetic a little less than sort of like the disco stuff, but I think there's a potential for that game to be pretty good. It seems well written from what I've seen, at least on the surface level, right? Like the prose is good. I don't know how good the story is gonna be, but yeah, Esoteric Ebb might be one that I look at eventually. Yeah. Might be a stream game. So yes and no, Emma. There's still plenty more stuff that I need to find in Blueprints. There's still some stuff I need to discover and solve. But for now I've played it to satisfaction. I've stopped playing it about a month ago. I've seen, like, I've got to the end of like sort of one of the sort of threads of puzzles and story. It made me feel very satisfied with where I got for now. I think I'm gonna return to it in the future. I just needed a little change after playing it for like 3 months. So like, yeah, I'll eventually return to it. There's still so much more I need to figure out in that game, but yeah, for now I'm satisfied with what I've played of Blueprints, and I like the idea of there being more for me to find in the future. Maybe maybe there will be DLCs by the time I get back to it, and there's gonna be plenty of new stuff to even like discover. Who knows, right? I don't know if there's any plans for DLCs, but could be a thing. But yeah, for now we're probably gonna finish this one today. I think we're getting close to the end of CAIRN. It's been wonderful. Love that game. I think the vibe of CAIRN is fantastic. The story seems really good. I'm waiting to see how it sort of resolves. The gameplay is so much fun. It's an incredible little game, CAIRN. Much bigger than I thought it would be originally, actually. What's up, Chipmunk? But yeah, no, good games ahead. I think, again, the next game we're gonna play, unless last minute pivot, you never know with me, but the next game that we should be starting on Sunday is gonna be Dispatch. And then after that, I'm still thinking it's gonna be Silksong. We'll see. But yeah, I'm excited for Dispatch. I'm kind of curious to see what that game's gonna be like. It seems fun. The story seems... I've heard only good things about Dispatch, so... I'm pretty excited. Yeah, originally I didn't know if when I finished my normal playthrough of CAIRN I wanted to do free solo attempts. As it stands, I don't know, maybe I feel ready to play something else, and maybe one day later in the future returning to it when I don't know what else to do. Like if I have a couple weeks to fill, maybe I can do free solo attempts. I don't know. Not sure. Are you still around, Brendan? How do you feel about the free solo? I saw you were doing that today. Yeah, Road 96 was really good. Which, speaking of which, every time I talk about Road 96, I'm thinking about Pacific Drive. I really need to play that one day. I heard a specific bad thing about Dispatch, makes me curious. Is that thing gameplay related, narrative related? If you can say anything without, you know, without spoiling anything specific. I don't mind if it's like a general, you know, like, oh yeah, there's a gameplay mechanic that's not great, or, you know. Both kind of? Okay. Fair enough. It's nerve-wracking, changes a lot of the game feels. Interesting, Brendan. Yeah, it kind of makes me want to try, at least. But, I don't know. What's up, D-Roll? Die-Roll? Haven't played Dispatch, but I heard good things about it. Yeah, I typically like sort of those, you know, interactive story games, so... I think that one's gonna be okay. You like Invincible? I know about the show, but I haven't watched it. Alpinist and Free Solo are two very different experiences that are worth experiencing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I still... Who knows? We'll see how I feel once we finish the main game. I think that's gonna be... That's gonna be when I can make the decision if I want to try. Off to DC for 3 weeks mid-March. When you want to start something new, so I went with a free solo run. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. My butt is clenched. Nice, nice. Yeah, we can always have a season 2 of CAIRN and come back eventually, you know? I don't... Like, typically with my stream, I like, you know, we do a game until we're completely done with it, and then we move to something else. I like the... I always approach, you know, like, of course I'm doing variety, because I'm going to play different games. I'm not going to focus on a single game forever. But I like the sort of, you know... We only play one thing for a while, and then when we're done with it, we're done with it, right? But, I don't know. I can be flexible with it, I think. It's going to be interesting to see how returning to Elden Ring is going to feel for, like, Season 2. Yeah, eras. I like to do that. How does death work on free solo? Yeah, death is, like, your save just is gone. It's hardcore, right? It's permadeath, yeah. Yeah, free solo is a separate mode. It's like one of the difficulties in the game. I don't know if I can show you, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to click anything that might compromise my my save, but yeah, basically you start a new game and you have a difficulty, and it's not only is it permadeath, you also do not have protection. You well, yeah, Brendan, I'm not risking it, but I believe you. I don't believe the absence of bugs. But yeah, you don't have any protection. You don't have ropes. You don't have pittons. So it's like you're really climbing, you know. It's you and the wall. That's it. So it's quite a different game. Which I'm still interested and still curious about it, but you know. Was my death? Oh my god, I don't want to talk about it. It was so dumb, Brendan, that I'm so mad about it because I literally cancelled a Pitten because I wanted to be conservative with them, even though I didn't have to because I had extras. I was so mad at it. I'm still mad about it because I would be so... I would have... I mean, I'm still very much, you know, immersed and feeling the tension of the climb, but I would be so intensely nervous right now if I hadn't died because I really wanted to finish the game without dying. So unfortunately, dying once kind of removed one of those layers of stress and nervousness. But, you know, yeah, that death was... I only... That was so dumb. I only needed to... I even canceled the Pitten. I just needed to put that thing in the wall and I was fine. That was so freaking dumb. I am so mad at myself. But, it is what it is, you know. Can't rewind time. You have to accept things as they are. It's easier for me to accept things that happen without any control of myself, right? Like things I can control, I think I'm pretty okay at accepting them and just rolling with them. Things that are my fault and that I could have avoided with like one press of a button, those things I get really upset with myself. I know, Brendan. I am so upset. The way I'm doing it in my head canon to preserve a sense of immersion is we were in the Wind Palace, in the place where they bring their death, so we just had read all those messages about the, you know, with the dead, the like last messages they leave behind and all that. So I think after all of that, Ava just had a bad dream. She dreamed that she was dying because she was in that place that's full of that energy, right? That's how I headcanon it for myself, to maintain that illusion of immersion. But a death is a death. Very upset with myself. But yeah, there's a part of me that really wants to do free solo attempts, but I'm also worried that it's going to take longer than I think. And I don't think I want to play CAIRN for another 2 weeks plus, you know, because, I mean, and it's always, it's something I wish I didn't have to think about. But, you know, there's always like the financial aspect of it, right? At the end of the day, this pays my bills right now. So I have to think about, like, unfortunately, CAIRN's not a very, you know, it's not a game that brings a lot of traction or a lot of people. So I need to move on to get to, I don't think Dispatch is going to be that either, but Dispatch is pretty short. I think Dispatch is like a 2-week affair. And then I think Silksong should be a little better, like metrics wise. I'm hoping. We'll see. Maybe I'm fooling myself. We'll see. But yeah, like the plus points, for instance, we rose a lot during blueprints, and it stayed stable for like a good 3 months. I think this month we're a little lower, but also it's February, which we're, you know, there's like a few days missing. I don't know how that works when it comes to resubs, because I know a lot of my like tier 3 subs are in the last couple days of the month. I don't know if those are gonna lapse to the next month because of the 28 days in February. Yeah, I don't know how that works. So maybe that plays a part too, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not ringing any alarm bells until, you know, I can see like significant long-term decline, which I'm not worried about right now. Short-term decline for a specific game or two, that's kind of the ebb and flow of variety streaming, right? Like you always have to deal with that. You have to look at the average over the course of the year. And 2025 overall was pretty good progress. So I think we're on the right track, all things considered. We'll see. How many times Pittance saved you? I don't know, but I fell like 100. I fell 120 times. Many of those falls are, you know, the game considers it a fall even if you like literally slip from a like as you start getting on the wall, or if you jump off of a wall to get back to the ground. So I don't know exactly how many of those 120 falls would have killed me, but I would assume a few, because there's a few of those where I was hanging quite high in the air and I was trying to get to a spot and we just kept slipping and slipping. All of these would have been death, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really calculate that. Yeah, free solo seems pretty difficult, but we'll see. Le Dahu. So that's interesting because you can see like Le Dahu here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Le Dahu is like a fictional animal that is supposed to live on cliff sides, and the idea of the Dahu is that it's a French thing, I think, is that he has 2 legs that are shorter because he lives on a cliffside, right? So for him to stand straight, he has to have 2 legs shorter. It's a thing, you know, like you tell children. I think it's, I don't know, like a joke, myth or something. I think that's if I remember correctly, that's what the Dahu is. I think that they mentioned to it there. Anyway, Mountaineering Diary Damas Al Fatri. Day 1. I said my goodbyes to everyone this morning. I guess there wasn't much jostling at the door either. But I did get to say goodbye to my brothers, and that's all that matters. They didn't quite appreciate the situation. See you soon. We'll have a nice meal when you get back, they said. I did not reply. Okay. I'm going to take screenshots of all of these. Maybe, Brendan, yeah. I mean, I think... I don't want to lie, but I think part of the game bakers are French. Some people, at least in the team, I think are French. And I know they work with, like... Yeah, Toxic Avenger, like, that does the music, is a French dude. So I'm pretty sure Game Bakers French, question mark? Yeah, they're French. Game Bakers is actually a French studio. Yep. Montpellier. That makes sense. French studios are doing good these days. The gaming industry in France is getting quite a bit of attention. See, that's something I think about when, you know, as much as I personally didn't love Expedition 33, just the fact that games like that being so successful and all that that can have like a profound impact on. I mean, the French gaming industry has always been pretty good. You know, the roots of like things like Ubisoft and Infogram, like some of those old school, like there was a lot of, but you know, it's never really the industry you think about first when you think about gaming, right? You think about Japan or America. But yeah, like success of something like Expedition 33, it can really like bring a lot of money into, like, bring the attention of you know, publishers and investors or whatever to like the industry, and it can help like some smaller studios to maybe find a way to also get more attention and all that. So that can have a very good effect on like the specific local industry. Pretty good. Maybe one day I'll find opportunities to write for a video game studio in France. Who knows? I should definitely, again, I'm still thinking about some projects that I should be working on to. Stray was French. I think you're correct, yeah. I mean, there's quite a few, like, games that come from France. You wouldn't really think about looking in. GDPR did to Poland. No. Thought they were Quebecois. That's possible too, yeah. I mean, I'm not French personally, Log. I'm Swiss. I just happen to speak French. But yeah, yeah. Fortiche, the Arcane guys, right? Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like in the past few years, French artistry seems to have, at least in like the nerd spheres, right? Seems to be pretty good, doing pretty good. All right, let's see. Date 3. I was picked up by a truck driver passing in front of the Ring Docus cabin. Convenient, really nice chick. She dropped me off in the evening. I'm thinking of staying at the cabin for 4 days, waiting for the optimal climbing. Yeah, don't worry, Cole. I'm not taking French as an insult. I just want to be specific. I don't want to mislead people thinking that I'm French. But I don't feel insulted. Don't worry. Can't wait for the Star Wars David Cage game. Yeah, we haven't heard of that one in a while. I hope it's... I mean, I don't know if I hope it's still in development or not, but I mean, it's going to be fun to play. That's for sure, right? Yeah, we can continue. Cageathon Season 2, Star Wars video game. Oh boy. I wonder if I was to do a Season 2 of the Cageathon, I wonder if I replay Detroit at least, right? I'm not gonna replay Fahrenheit and Heavy Rain, I don't think. But Detroit had a lot of like branching things that we didn't explore at all, right? Could be interesting to replay that one. Yeah, there were a lot of paths we didn't explore. Like you could, and I mean, they probably all the games have that, but in Detroit it's so much more obvious because it tells you like the path you missed, right? So it makes it very obvious how much you don't see. Yeah, I don't know. Fahrenheit was actually fun. Yeah, Fahrenheit was more than fun. It was funny. Yeah. Day 7. Here I am on Kami, climbing the first walls. I've thought about this moment so many times, it's exhilarating. No difficulties so far, my bag is full of provisions. There are plenty of plants to gather along the way, so I'm not going to starve. 21 pages, by the way, this diary. On page 4. I'll be reading. I'm yapping a lot today. But yeah, no, I mean, all those considerations about, you know, streaming and all that. It's funny because I often think about how cool it would be if I didn't have to think about all that. And it, you know, if my channel was big enough that I wouldn't have to worry about what to stream, and I would have enough of an audience regardless, and I could even bring attention to games that would deserve it, right? And it's funny because I think about that and I'm like, it has nothing to do with the money. Of course, being safe and comfortable is nice, right? But it's always like the money doesn't even, like, it's an afterthought, right? The real big thought that comes forward is like the freedom of playing whatever. And the freedom of playing whatever, and the freedom of being able to, you know, put the spotlight on small indie games like this one. And man, it would be so much fun. Talk about your channel the way I talk about my ass. Well, we appreciate the things we're working on, Risa. You're you know, I'm working on my channel, you're working on your ass. You gotta be happy with it, right? Here's the difference, though. I can work my channel off and never find success regardless. If you keep working your ass off, eventually it's gonna, you know, it's gonna improve. That's the beauty of fitness, is that the results, even though they're not linear, they're kind of guaranteed. I mean, there can be setbacks and injuries and all that, right? But for the most part, you know, you get rewarded for what you put in a sort of direct way. Not the same with creative ventures, unfortunately. It's not as simple as you put in the calories and the effort and thing grows out of nowhere, right? Yeah, unfortunately, yes, yeah. But that's what I loved about the gym. That's why I was so hardcore into the gym stuff in my 30s, and I want to get back to that. I've been looking at the local gym again. I think I'm gonna jump into it again this year. But that's what I loved about the gym, is what you put in, you get back. It was, you know, there was no doubt. I love that. Yeah, the stability and the reward, for sure. Well, yeah, Cassie, I obviously, you know, you can't, you know, you can't decide I want this exact body and then get there. Like that's not how it works, right? But the idea of I want to improve my body and I want to work on it, you can always make progress in the direction that you know your body will allow you, I guess. It's not going to improve, is what I'm saying. It might not be exactly the way you imagine it in your brain, right? Like you wish your, I don't know, the shape of your body, of your like bone structure or muscles had a different shape, and those things you can control, right? But yeah, there's going to be growth and improvement no matter what. Well, again, save for, you know, injuries or disabilities, of course, and all those things. But you know, obviously we're talking about or sort of baseline standard type of experience there. What's up, Gecko? Not already that large. What would be the large enough line for me? So I've always said my ultimate goal for streaming, if I could choose, if I could magically choose what I want my channel to be like, I would love if on an average day, like let's say an average day where I play a game that doesn't have a lot of traction, or that's, you know, that kind of a random little game or an old game or something that people don't really care about much or anymore. And if I could pull 200-300 on those days, I think it would be pretty cool. I think that would be a very nice size. And then when something like super hype comes out and I play like something that people have been waiting for, or a big fucking, like the Blue Princes and the Hollow Knights and the Disco Elysiums that we've had in the past, right? But transpose that into a future where my channel's bigger, and we would get close to 1,000, not without necessarily getting into the 4 digits, but getting like the upper hundreds. I think that would be the ideal perfect size, because it's small enough for nice conversations and, managing sort of a culture of the community and all that. Like it's very manageable, but it's also big enough to sustain and sort of, get like the visibility you need when like new games come out. And I'm thinking, like I'm looking at channels like, I don't know if some of you guys know Ash Monster, right? One of my acquaintances on the platform that we've rated each other a few times. That's like kind of like the dream channel size, I think. I love her channel size. I love how, it's like that good compromise between size and get a sense of community and conversations. I think that's great. I love that. Once you get to the 4 digits, I think it becomes a bit more difficult to sort of maintain the conversations and the sort of culture. Because once you get into the 4 digits, you have a lot of like tourists passage, I guess I would call it. Which, it becomes harder to manage. But yeah, the mid hundreds to, again, like hype games, high hundreds, I think that stuff's manageable based on all the channels of that size that I've been part of, as a chatter or even a mod on some cases. Well, that's the thing, Gecko. We would have more of them. we would have more people on board. But like, here's the thing, and I think that's something, like RTZ says, that's a lot of people. It doesn't feel like that many more, and the reason for that is, when the channel grows, the core community of people who actually chat doesn't grow as much, right? It's not, you don't suddenly have 500 more chatters, right? The chatter base only grows to a certain point. The bulk of the growth comes from lurkers, and especially once you reach a certain threshold, the tourists, right? Like the people who come in because they see you higher in the categories, and a bigger channel attracts more people. So it doesn't really change the culture and the feel of the chat and the community too much until you really get to like the 4 digits. Yeah, exactly, Chipmunk. And like general engagement would be a lot better. Because like right now, today so far has been pretty fun because we're having a conversation, but in the past couple years, like engagement has fallen off crazy since people have been going back to work after COVID, etc. But like if I look at my stats from like 2022, 2023, when the channel was much smaller, we had at least 5 times the amount of chatting and engagement, because everyone was everyone was at home. I almost phrased that poorly, but everyone was at home. Everyone was, working from home and in front of their computers, and so the amount of conversation was insane, right? And that has really fallen off, and especially like in the past couple of years. Like this year, 2025, engagement-wise was crazy rough. And let me tell you, as a streamer, like especially like someone like me who likes to talk and have interactions and all that, it can feel very lonely sometimes when you're playing the game and like 25 minutes without a single chat message. It's not always mentally easy to work through, right? And I understand. I'm in a privileged position where I even have people showing up, and I should be happy with that. I get that. There's plenty of people out there streaming for years with like 2 viewers. I don't know how they do it. Much stronger people than I am. But, I just don't participate in chat when it's close to 1,000. I mean, again, I think it all depends on... I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to tell you what you should feel. I'm just speaking of my own experience. Personally, I rarely chat in channels that have like several hundred viewers. But there are a few where I do. Ash Monster is a great example. And again, I think it comes down to culture. It's not just about the number. It's about the kind of culture you cultivate in chat. And I think that to me is the big idea, right? It's maintaining that same feel and that same vibe while being able to have the community grow to a size where overall it just gets more sustainable. Just like on the metrics and finance aspect of it. But anyway, that's just, you know, behind the curtain type stuff. You guys don't need to hear about that. I'm just typically pretty transparent and open with those things, even though I try to not let them sort of direct the channel, right? I try to make decisions based also on how I feel about the games and all that. I like to be transparent about the realities of, you know, it's not always as easy as I want to play this, I'm gonna play this, right? Yeah, that's true, Colette, of course. Yeah, I agree. If a channel blows up out of nowhere, especially like if it's through relationships with like bigger streamers, right, and suddenly you get the whole thing, it's hard to maintain your community culture because there's suddenly more people that weren't born from it, like that didn't grow into it, right? If it's a steady growth with like people attaching to it because they like the culture, obviously that makes it easier to maintain that, right? And that's why I think the cutoff around the high hundreds, 4 digits, is pretty important, is because when you get into the 4 digits, that's when you're starting to have a lot of sort of attention just because of your category placement, right? And suddenly you play a new game and you have like thousands of new eyes. And but yeah, listen, if I ever have to worry about those things, I guess we can consider ourselves lucky and happy. I don't think I'll ever have to worry about that, but I don't know. Yeah, that's always the question, right? So it's, I mean, if my channel, again, if my channel was big enough, I would love to play something like, I mean, I typically don't like the super AAA big hype things. That's gonna, like, I'm never gonna play the fucking new Call of Duty or whatever, right? Like, that's just not my thing. But, or do like all those sponsored streams for like the new, brand new hype thing, streamer thing. I don't think I'll ever do that. Again, I can say that as long as I can afford my principles, right? Not wanting to do like promotion stuff. As long as I can afford my principles, it's easy for me to say that. Who knows what situation I might find myself in years down the line, and you know, you have to reconsider things. But ideally, I never want to have to do promotion things just for the sake of money. Like, now, new games, something like Seros, for instance. I would love to go into Seros day one. I would love that. I just don't think it's good for my channel size. But yeah, Ankthar, that's, you know, I don't mind, you know, if the chat is being carried by a couple of people, but it obviously it. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that streaming is a difficult job. You know, there's people right now in the world that are hammering walls inside a dark mine and breathing in dust and fumes or whatever. Obviously, you know, there's levels to how difficult a job can be, but it can be mentally challenging to, you know, deal with low engagement and self-doubt and dwindling metrics and all that shit. It can be stressful, especially when you're obviously you know, food on the table and the bills depend on it. But Yeah, I mean, those are old things I think about. You weren't there back in the day, but we had a stream selection. Like, we had a stream sort of bracket for games like a couple of years ago, where we took like 100 games or something, and we did a whole bracket, and we were like deciding which game was the better choice for the stream, and we went from like 100 games to like one, with like double elimination bracket. It was a fun stream. That was a really fun stream to do. And some of the aspects were, how much do I want to play it, and how well do I think it's going to do on how you know, how streamable of a game is it. And part of the streamable means, is it a good stream to watch, is it a good game to watch, and is it a game that's going to do okay on Twitch. Which some of the metrics for that are, is the category alive, is there a lot of followers in the category, you know, there's a lot of stuff involved there. Which also brings me to something I've been thinking about. Okay, this is gonna sound really crazy. There's a game I never thought I'd want to play that I am legitimately considering streaming eventually. That game is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Hold on before you unfollow the channel. Hear me out. I did not know how in-depth that game was with the exploration aspect of it. What's up, Saladino? Not only does that game have a gigantic map, actually gigantic, it also, like, the default experience is called exploration mode. The quests don't give you a marker and a place to go. They tell you, oh, you know, you see that big statue there? You need to find the dude, like the town where that dude lives is like south of it. And then you go and you find that place. You actually have to explore and look at landmarks, and it blew my mind when I learned that. I had no idea. It's actually an Assassin's Creed game that tries to move away from the Ubisoft open world bullshit. It still has some of it, don't get me wrong. But like, I even looked at the settings. You can disable all the markers on the map. And then I was looking into it. People are comparing that game to Witcher 3 in terms of the exploration. The quality of the side quests apparently is insane. It blew my mind when I learned that. I had no clue that it was, you know, that they made an Assassin's Creed that actually kind of feels like a, you know, pretty cool RPG. And the category has like 1 million followers. It's like, it's huge. It's bigger than Cyberpunk, you know, like Twitch category wise, which doesn't mean everything, right? Like, the category followers is just it's a pretty unreliable metric overall. But I don't know, just like, I love Greek history and Greek mythology and all that. So, you know, there was a part of that was like, ugh. And I think with the Christopher Nolan movie coming out at some point, I think there's like a renewal of interest for those types of games. I don't know. It feels like a game that I might end up never finishing, because it's such a big open world thing. But it might be I don't know, it might be something that I could actually get a few good weeks out of. I don't know. It's something that I'm considering. What's up, Glegor? Yeah. Yeah, apparently Odyssey is pretty different than the other ones. That's what I've also found out, Enkthar. I never thought I'd say that, but I kind of want to play an Assassin's Creed game. Who am I? I feel a little dirty. Which I thought like Valhalla was the big RPG one, but apparently no. Apparently Valhalla's kind of a step backwards compared to Odyssey. And even further with Shadows. Apparently Shadows is very like action oriented. Yeah, Odyssey is the one that always comes up. Well, I looked into it, and when you talk about like big RPG, interesting side quest, exploration, Odyssey is always the one that comes up. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's what I said, Glegor, with the Nolan movie coming out. There's like a renewal of interest in the sort of Greek history thing, mythology. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Something I need to keep in mind. Anyway. Enough yapping. Let's continue reading that thing because we have climbing to do. Day 9. I slept inside an old cable car. Hard to believe that there was ever a time when a steady stream of tourists came to photograph the view without making any effort. I laugh now, but it's all a scam if you ask me. Gatekeeping the mountain. Day 12. It's interesting to relive the ascent by reading that diary, thinking about all the places we've seen. Day 12. Had to stay out of the rain longer than I had hoped. I thought the rain was never going to stop. I took advantage of a clearing to make as much progress as possible. I wasn't able to get into the troglodyte village, but I got to have a chat with the people inside. They have my admiration. To me, there's nothing more extraordinary than men and women who devote their lives to verticality. You know what game I miss? Outer Wilds. I was thinking about that game yesterday. What a beautiful experience. I wish I could play it again. Day 14. Among other things, I passed by a huge statue there, Kami deity, if I'm not mistaken. And then a splendid lake. I'm going to stay there for a few days with all the trout swimming around. There's enough to keep me going. That's so funny because that's exactly what we did. Staying around the lake for as long as we could. There was a ton of food. That's so funny. That, again, good sign that the writers know what the players are going to do. Hell yeah, Chipmunk. Day 21. Boy, that was a humdinger of a fall. On a pretty paltry wall too. You're getting old, Damas. You'll have to be more careful. Anyway, I guess I'm just adding another scar to my collection. Yeah, that makes me think of my death. It was also a stupid fall. This is really our journey rewritten. Day 22. I skipped the second Kami statue. The backside looked hellish. No, thank you. That's literally why I died. The huge sanctuary just above, on the other hand, what a discovery. I tiptoed through there. Of course, there were a few troglodytes readying their burial rites. But how lucky I was to witness this. I feel extremely privileged. What the hell? Should we talk about the wall above the sanctuary? Yeah. It took me 3 days prodding a bit to the left, a bit to the right, wasting pittance for nothing. And I haven't even reached the snow line yet. Still a long way to go. Yeah, that wall was a absolute piece of shit. And the fact that they acknowledged that this was a very difficult wall. But apparently the wall ahead is even worse. A little worrying. The snow-covered dome is quite a strange place. Some troglodytes explained to me what they were doing with this flammable resin. I didn't realize that each mountain could communicate with the others. Nor did I think that there were so many troglodytes around for that matter. Very cool. Still. Another giant statue. Its build is more basic than the others. I think that at this altitude, where every effort is more demanding, troglodytes have had to dampen their ambitions. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Of course, yeah. You can't necessarily, bring the same gear and materials and all that. Day 52. That's a big jump. 24 days. It's a nightmare, a real nightmare. I've been stuck in a makeshift hut for 3 weeks now, trying my best to get through the mess of ice barbs above me. But it's no use. This is well beyond the maximum climbing grades. I couldn't gauge it. All I know is that it's too hard for me. It's interesting because that's the end of the climb, and there's 8 pages left to go. I wonder what that journal is going to be about. 56. I got a little carried away the other day. I mustn't give up so quickly. I can do this. How high? Height? Little spelling mistake. Could these eye barbs go 200 meters, maybe less? I can do this. The scenery is ever-changing, and perhaps that will be my key to success. Huge spikes of ice are falling regularly, triggering brutal avalanches. It changes the routes and opens up new possibilities. I have to be patient. I have to. 12 years later. He's still waiting for his big break. Me with streaming. Day 62, still in the observation stage. As I wait for the right time, I have started to settle in the hut. After all, a little comfort can't hurt. I've picked up a few old wooden trinkets, which troglodytes probably left up here decades ago. It almost feels like I have a kitchen and a bed. It's perfect. A wild goat occasionally wanders on the other side of the bridge. Perhaps I could lure her in. Wouldn't mind a bowl of warm milk. Alright, Brandon, thank you. See you soon. Day 89. I had misplaced this damn notebook. What an idiot. Day 93. I had a visitor today, a troglodyte climber. I don't know who was more surprised to run into the other. I knew that troglodytes regularly send the most experienced among them to attempt the climb, but this is the first time I've been able to chat with one of them. We shared our experiences, respective exploits, then he left. Interesting that none of the troglodytes ever made it to the summit, though. Day 94. I see his body dangling at the end of his rope. Poor bastard. And poor me. How do you motivate yourself to climb after that? Oh, shit. He actually saw him fall, I guess. That must be rough. Day 124. Two more visits from other climbers, and every time the same old story. They stay a while, we chat. Then they get going on the barbed walls. They slip or fall. They die. Damn Cammy. Gonna be the different. I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna be the first one to do it. Day 157, damn Cammy. 94, damn Cammy. Day 290, damn Cammy. 418, damned. I am damned. Yep. Okay then. Oh. Exactly, RTZ. Yeah, yeah. I'm not like other girls. I'm Ava and I'm gonna do it. There's still a few supplies before we leave. There's actually a lot of supplies. What do you mean I don't have room? Come on, game. My bag further away than usual? Oh yeah, it was. That was so weird, wasn't it? The bag was like small and distant. Strange. At home, I'd make it an omelette, but with the equipment here, simply cooked will be. I can wait a little bit before eating it. Oh, there's cooked trout too. And gentian honey. Yeah, I need to be using our supplies. I've never used those meds. I don't think I ever will. Like, it's... I have a hard time getting rid of them. You never know what can happen. I'm gonna eat that. Gonna give me grit for a little bit. my god, we have more honey again. Oh god, that was bad. You know what I've started playing again yesterday? Escape from Tarkov. I've started a PvE save with Emmy USB. She's never played the game before, so I was sort of like, you know, teaching her the ropes and everything. The game has changed so much since I played in the beta. It's like a brand new game. The maps are so different. There's like a whole story, you know, like main story with quests and everything now. You can actually like talk to the traders and all that shit. It's actually kind of insane. How different the game is. But yeah, it was fun. Very fun. What do you think of the hideout? Well, I mean, there's at least at the beginning, it's not very different. I know there's a bunch of like new rooms and everything now, but so far I haven't seen anything. Yes, Alino, that sucks. Why did they do that? Weird. It's my... like something's weird. Probably just my imagination. Cooked trout. I think we'll eat that before we leave, maybe. Although maybe I would like to finish my soup so I can refill it. Yeah, actually that sounds like a plan. Yeah, I'll have to get rid of some meds. But yeah, that sucks, you know. I didn't know that. Yeah, PvE seems fine so far. I wasn't sure how predictable the AI could be, and I'm sure eventually it will become a little more predictable, but we had a few moments yesterday that felt very, like, you know, emergent, and like at some point we got dropped as we were playing with scavs. We went on a scav run and we got dropped in like ground zeros. It was a complete mess of a gunfire, like windows blowing up, like what a crazy intense gunfight we suddenly found ourselves into. And then at some point, I remember we were on interchange and Amy was like, do AI like PMCs actually go for extract? And I was like, I mean, I don't know, I think so. And so
you came to your senses. Take a seat, stay with me. It's not so bad here.
We literally camped the extract. We stayed around the extract for like 10 minutes. And we hadn't seen anything during the raid. It was a very quiet raid. And then suddenly like 2 PMCs were just came towards us to get to the extract. We killed them, stole their shit. So yeah, it's interesting to see that the other, you know, NPCs, like the actual AI controlled PMCs actually tried to go for extract and basically play the game as you would imagine. Yeah, I wonder over time it's gonna start feeling super predictable or not. So far, so good. The less you know, right? The illusion gets maintained. Oh shit, there's oh my god, it's one of those bottles. Fuck. I don't think I can afford it. Journalists, you reached the summit on Cami. What an incredible feat. How did you manage it? Me, moonshine in my soup. So this hurts my hydration, actually. Oh. Am I getting drunk? feel like I'm getting drunk. I need to recycle it though. I mean, I can't have another giant bottle like. I don't think I'm getting drunk. How do I deal with this? I think I just have to recycle it. It's not... I can't afford to just put that thing in my bag. I shouldn't even have picked it up. I don't know what I was thinking. What? What is it such a mess? Oh, that used to be down here. Yep. Yeah, no, playing Tarkov again, it's quite the experience. It's one of those games where I pretty much hate every decision the devs ever make from like a quote-unquote publishing aspect of how they manage their game and everything, but the game itself is so... It's just like no other game does immersion like Tarkov does. It just feels like nothing else. Oh my god, why is this so messy? I don't know how I'm gonna deal with all those things. Yeah, I have one in my bag. I mean, I played DayZ all the way back in the day. Even before it was a standalone game. I did play the standalone a little bit. I don't know, it doesn't hit the same for me. DayZ feels too... janky. It feels too much like a game, if that makes sense. I don't know. There's something about it that's just... that doesn't hit the same. Way different now? Okay. I don't know, for me Tarkov, like the first person thing, the... something with the... how authentic everything feels and grounded, and I really like it. And like the fact that you have a hideout and the extraction aspect and the, you know, the risk and tension of you losing your inventory and all the resource gathering, and I don't know, nothing beats it. Play first person only servers, yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's just... I would sort of miss the... I mean, I don't know, maybe they have that in DayZ now, but I would miss like the extraction aspect of it, I think. I think that's a good loop. I do... oh, literally climbed the table. I need to get some of those tomatoes. I don't have enough room. I'm gonna have to get rid of stuff, I think. I need the optimal bags before we leave. Arma 2 days, yeah. Arma 2 DayZ mod, yeah. Arma 2 days, that also made sense.
A collection of us.
Yeah, I was very early in the Arma thing because I played Operation Flashpoint. It was like sort of the, you know, predecessor to Arma, and I was such a big fan of Operation Flashpoint. Like when Arma came out, that was a big thing. I was very into it. Man, Operation Flashpoint was such a game.
Damn, that's a lot.
Okay, there's lentils here. There was something I saw yesterday that I really wanted to... Oh yeah, bandages. I think are somewhere in there. You ever play the Arma 2 campaign? I don't think so. I may have, you know, like, played like the beginning of it or something, but at the time I was more interested in the multiplayer. The only campaign I played, start to finish, was Flashpoint. Powdered milk. I mean, there are so many scraps. I don't think I'm gonna put them out. Yeah, the tape's really something I wanna. I retape my. I could retape my hands now, and then grab the new tape, just to have like optimal hands before leaving. Then. Yeah, let's do that. My tape's okay, but I don't have enough room in my inventory to put all of it anyway. What I hope, what I would hope to find in this game would be a bigger bag. What's up, Soro? How are you doing today? Alright, let's see. More tape. What do you mean I can't pick it up? Oh my god, that's how messy my bags are. Can't even pick tape. Did I not even pick it up? Yeah, I'm like, it's not picking up. Oh, dude. I legit feel like they nerfed the stacking in the patch. That should be so easy to do. Like, there's no way I suddenly became bad at stacking. I think they had to have nerfed it maybe a little bit. Yeah, see, I can't sneak it in here. Even though there's literally enough room for tape right now in front of my eyes. Anyway. Alright, let's finish taping. Rainbow Six Raven Shield. Man, I remember the first Rainbow Six game. When you... I don't know how the modern ones are. I mean, I played Ghost Recon a little bit. And obviously the multiplayer one, I've seen some of it, but... I remember... the first Rainbow Six game when you had to spend like so much time planning your mission even before getting into it. I used to really like that, literally. Very first Tom Clancy Rainbow Six video game. Must have been late 90s or something, like 99 maybe? My memory tells me 99, but 2000. Come on, how is that not enough room? God. There you go. Yeah, I have 10 plus 8. That's 8. I will gonna sort this out. I need to get rid of some meds. Raven Shield was 3. Okay. Yeah, no, I wouldn't count that as a modern one. I was just sure which one that was. I think I have to get rid of one of these. I mean, I can just eat it. And then I'm gonna recycle a Penkira. I just too much stuff. Funny you were talking about Siege, sending hello from the Siege dev team. Really? That's funny. What's up, Citizen Max? I've never played much of Siege. I've seen some of the gameplay, and I've seen people play it on Twitch, of course. I've never played it myself. It came out during an era when I was mostly like the only online like sort of game I was playing was Tarkov. Much. Just a small guy in a design battle pass. Guys, he's the enemy. Get him. Oh, obviously just joking. Hey, you know, someone has to do it. It was nice knowing you. Yeah, I've never got into. I think I could have enjoyed Rainbow Six Siege at some point. There was maybe a window where I could have been into it, but yeah, I was just too busy playing Tarkov at the time. How's Siege doing these days? Like, is there still a lot of daily players, or has everyone kind of moved to like Arc Raiders and shit like that? Because it feels like live service games are in a bit of a rough spot these days, like in general. I can only imagine if you're in the sort of same space as stuff like Arc Raiders and obviously, you know, like the multiplayer shooters. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of room, you know, but I guess Rainbow Six Siege has been around for long enough that it probably has like a pretty dedicated player base at this point. It 100 million players, like 100 million accounts total. Pretty impressive. Yeah, that's a number right there. Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I could check the Steam charts to get an idea. Which obviously the game's also on console, right? Probably not. Picture. Oh yeah, jeez. What the fuck? there's still an average of like 70,000 people playing daily. That's crazy. I would have not expected that. That's a wild number. No. I mean, it's totally cool. I love conversation, citizen. I'm doing like housekeeping in the game right now anyway, so not the most. I love doing it, but it's you know, it's not necessarily the moments where I need to be fully immersed in the game, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think Siege was still pulling those numbers. That's actually pretty impressive. I thought every multiplayer shooter was feeling the Arc Raiders pressure, but you guys are doing great, it seems. Right, citizen. Yeah, that's always a nice moment when you're like, oh, I cannot put pittance in there. Fun. Yeah, you're in for a ride. That game's pretty amazing. I don't know, I'm not even sure what more I can take. I should cook some stuff, but... There's a glowing... Oh, those are, I can show you. I cannot actually select them. They're, troglodyte pittance. They're special ones you can find. They're indestructible. Awesome. You'll find them as you explore, hopefully. Yeah, no, this game has way more than meets the eye. It keeps surprising me with how much more it is than just a climbing game, which is what I kind of expected at first. Okay, I think if I want to be smart, I should cook that soup. But I don't know if I should cook that soup in there. Or if I should just make it in here. There's so many resources in this place. I mean, I get that it's sort of giving you the, you know, a final little stock up before the last stretch, but how long have I been a streamer? So that's a bit of a complicated question. I initially started, the first time I got into streaming was in the early 2010s. Started streaming StarCraft 2 on Justin TV back in the day, 2010. And then I was on a different platform for a couple of years, playing League of Legends for a long time. And then I came back to Twitch, well, Justin TV, but it just got renamed Twitch when I came back, I think, 2013. And then I started doing variety there for about a year and a half. That's when I got initially partnered and everything. I was doing pretty well. I was in a streaming team with CAIRN, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So I kind of, you know, I was kind of in that group of streamers back then. And then I took a hiatus. I stopped streaming for over 10 years. Well, about 10 years stopped streaming because financially it was harder at the time. You know, gift subs didn't exist. It was way harder to make money off of Twitch. All that stuff, and I was a teacher full-time on the side. And so I made a safe decision to, you know, focus on teaching, because sleeping 3 hours a night wasn't, you know, healthy. So I stopped streaming for about 10 years, which I probably will always regret a little bit, because what if I had just kept streaming, right? But obviously, you know, you can't get it this way. And then in like 2019, I stopped teaching. I mean, I stopped teaching full-time in 2017. 2019, I completely stopped teaching because I was writing full-time at the time. I had my first novel coming out, and second one came out a couple years after that. I was very much into like, you know, writing. And then COVID hit. And with that, all, you know, conventions stopped happening. Like, you know, all the stuff that as a new writer, you kind of want to take advantage of. And the bookstores closed. And so it was a bit of a mess on the writing front. And so 2022, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to stream again. I was at home, lonely, didn't know what to do. And I was like, whatever. Let's just stream again. And yeah, since 2022, I've been pretty much doing it full time again. I've taken a couple breaks here and there. Like 2023, I had a bit of a personal issues and I didn't stream for like a few months. 2024 was pretty much full time. Last year, pretty much full time, except like I took about a month off at some point. I like taking. That's something I might actually start. I've mentioned it in the past, but that's something I think I'm gonna do like every year. Taking almost a month off at some point in the year, I think is actually super healthy. Not only mental health, but I think it's even good for the channel, surprisingly. I don't know why. I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm fooling myself, but I feel like taking a proper break, like a thing that you know you're going to be away for a while, and then when you come back, everyone's just excited to see what the next big game you're going to stream, and I don't know. I think if it's done well, I think it can be really good both for like engagement and mental health. So I don't know. I'm thinking of making this a thing, taking about a month off every year. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes this year. But anyway, yeah. So pretty much doing that full time now. It's definitely my main source of income at this point. The writing, obviously, still, you know, I still get royalties and all that, but I haven't released any. I haven't written anything, so I haven't published, got anything published in a few years now. So the money is a little tight on the writing front, but fortunately, my publisher's not too mad at me. So. Going back to streaming was a good decision. Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought at some point I really thought I would never stream again, but I'm glad I'm back to it. I mean, gaming's, you know, one of my biggest life's passions, so I think streaming is a good sort of a good intersection of all the things I like doing, and I feel like I'm pretty decent at. It's I don't know. I like telling stories, and telling stories with video games is just another medium. You just kind of, obviously the game has its own story, but you kind of create a story of your own when you're playing the game with people around, right? Obviously some games are better than others at letting you tell a story with them. And yeah, I just, you know, I like entertaining. I think that's something I enjoy doing. I like creating spaces for people with, you know, similar sort of culture and mindsets can meet and exchange. Da, da, da. Yeah, no, ask away. I don't know if my answers will have much value, because obviously, you know, we're all sort of different and everything. Ask away. Hold on, I need to check something real quick there. My apologies, I hate looking at my phone while I'm streaming, but I need to address something pretty fast. That's that, and There we go. Done. Alright, in the meantime, I'm gonna read that document and take screenshots. Assessment. Climber 500 feet from the refuge facing northeast, dead for 3 days. Fell like a rock to the bottom of the chasm. Splash. Oh shit, this is a death journal. I did not realize what that was when we peeked at it yesterday. I think he's keeping track of the dead people. It's kind of dark. Gonna need to find another space for. I can stream Siege, but I cannot monetize it. But I get great engagement. I can only start when I leave EP. But I can monetize everything else. Do I bank on Siege now with no money and then pivot? Or do I start right away variety? Or to start today? I'm going to answer your question in 2 different phases. The first phase is based on your specific situation. I think anything that gives you a kickstart, that brings people to your channel, and that allows you to sort of get over that initial hump of having no viewers is good. I think that's a good strategy. And building on a single game that you're familiar with and that gives you natural engagement without the money part. I mean, you're employed, so, you know, I'm assuming you don't at least need the money to survive, so you have that sort of freedom there. I think that's a good way to create a baseline. A baseline of viewers that some of them will probably keep watching you forever, right? Then eventually, when you pivot to variety later, obviously you're going to lose a lot at first, right? Because pivoting from a single game that you've been playing, a lot of people only want to watch that game. They're not going to come around anymore. But you probably will have created a core of viewers that will come and watch you play no matter what, right? And there's ways of doing it like slowly, right? You can like start the stream by playing some Siege, and like the second part of the stream, you can sneak a little of variety in there. Look at something else, you know, like you get people used to watching you play something else. That could be strategies you can put into motion. So that's something that can work, right? As long as you're ready for the moment where you stop playing Siege and you move into variety, you're gonna feel a drop. It's gonna feel like having to start over. But that core of viewers, those like maybe, I don't know, you know, 10, 20, 30, God knows how many, right? That will keep watching you, even when you... Those are going to be the ones you can build your new variety community on. That's very good. Starting variety from scratch, you know, I don't know the situation you're in, and I don't know all that, but some people do that for years with literally sub 5 viewers watching them. That's hard to build a community from that. Like, it's really difficult to build from nothing. But at the same time, ultimately, do you get to the goal, which would be a nice, healthy community on variety? Do you get there faster by building from variety right away, or by doing the build on a game first and then transition? I don't know. I see other people, you know, I have a friend who built his channel on like challenge running Souls games. Most of you know who I'm talking about. And now he's transitioning into variety. It's even after doing it for years, it's kind of hard. You know, it's kind of hard to suddenly transition into something completely different, and you have to deal with the mental aspect of seeing your numbers dwindle, and it takes a little bit of time to build after that, right? So that's something. I mean, you know, I can't tell you how it's gonna feel for you, right? That's something that's really personal. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, the ideal scenario is you like one game so much that you just want to play that game for the rest of your life. Say you're a League of Legends streamer and you know you're going to play that. You've played that game for 10 years. You're going to play it for the rest of your life, and you just want to stream that. That's the ideal route, because you don't have to think about what to play. You don't have to think about all those shenanigans. You build one community on one specific game. As long as the game doesn't completely die, you're okay, right? So something like League of Legends, beautiful. So easy, right? as a streamer. Although at the same time, you're also competing with, you know, a category that has millions of people in it, and you know, there's other issues there. But I personally couldn't stream the same game all the time. I need the variety. So for me, it was never even in question. And that's my second point. The best way to get where you want to be in streaming, in my opinion, is to do exactly what you want to do. You build your channel in the way that feels best for you. Your rules, your approach, your philosophy, your culture, your taste in games, your way of playing them. You're never going to please everyone, right? That's a guarantee. You're never going to please anyone. If you have to fake the way you're doing things, you're not going to please yourself. And after all, you're the only person that has to be there every day. You're the only person that has to show up for your stream every day. So you need to create a stream that you enjoy doing and you enjoy being in and being a part of. If you do that, it doesn't, the rest, in my opinion, doesn't really matter. The rest will follow. You know, you build it and they will come, sort of thing. Yeah, that's, and I, listen, when I first started streaming 10 years ago, when 10 years ago, when I was, more than 10 years ago, when I was trying to do that for the first time, like for real, like full time and everything, that was not my philosophy. My philosophy was, there's rules, there's tricks to get more viewers. You have to play those games because they attract a lot of people. And to be fair, I played Skyrim even though I fucking hated that game, and I got partnership out of it because you played Skyrim back in 2014 and 100+ people would watch you out of nowhere. That's just what it is. I fucking hated that video game, but it, you know, I used it to my advantage at the time. But, you know, I thought you needed to have that sort of attitude, and you needed to do giveaways, or you need to do those things and those tricks that work for people. The modern version of that is, you know, you need to do YouTube shorts, you need to do all those things and yada yada. People will have plenty of, you know, theories and what you're supposed to be doing. I don't think any of that actually matters. Yeah, sure, if you like doing shorts, if that's something that you actually enjoy doing and you have time and energy to do it on the side of your stream, is it gonna help? Sure, maybe, right? It's never gonna be negative, that's for sure. Is it actually gonna bring people to your channel? If you're lucky, yes. If not, maybe not. But there's a good chance you're gonna spend a lot of energy and time doing things that will literally have no positive effect on your stream. There's a few people that made it big thanks to TikTok and YouTube, and their channel, Twitch channel, exploded thanks to that. Those are like lottery winners, right? They exist. Is it gonna be you? Probably not. So at the end of the day, it's one of those things where, again, you do the things that you feel passionate about. Do the things that make you happy. Do the things, you know, do the stream in the way that you're most pleased to come to it every day, right? And then you have to believe that the rest will follow. I don't play games like most people on Twitch, right? I'm not very appealing to younger audiences because I play games extremely slowly. I like to take my time. I take a bunch of notes. I have this whole freaking notes setup where I take screenshots of the things I see in the game, and like I take a bunch of notes of you know, everything I see. And you know, I play games in a way that's not going to appeal to wider audiences, but I know that the people who are going to watch me, you know, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna vibe with the way I do things, and I enjoy doing it this way, right? If I forced myself to play games super fast because you gotta move on to the next one, or to exaggerate my reactions and, you know, all the things that would probably work well in clips and TikToks and all that shit. If I would fake being, you know, angry, or, you know, farm all the clip farming you see around, would I get more viewers? Probably. You know, there's a good chance that I could. There's also you know, it's also possible that I would not, because I would be less unique maybe in the way that I, you know, am. But the most important part is I would not enjoy coming to the stream every day if I had to do all that shit. There's only so much you can fake and be happy with it. I don't know, I think I wouldn't end up being just, you know, tired of myself. So Yeah, that's kind of too in the world, in the wise worlds of Hank Moody. If you've ever seen Californication, Hank Moody says, "Write what gets you hard." The same applies to streaming. You know, do whatever feels right to you, and do what you're passionate about. That is the only guaranteed, not guaranteed, but that is to me the easiest, healthiest, most likely way to reach success. Is it gonna work? Nobody fucking knows. But even the people that do all the little tricks and the ways and the blah blah blah, most of them aren't gonna succeed either. So, you know, might as well do what you're passionate about, if you know, if it's up in the air. And yeah, remember, nobody's safe from success. It, you know, it can work. Everyone who succeeded had to try. 100%. You know, you can talk about like only 0.001% of people make it on Twitch. Yeah, but 100% of those who made it, they had to try. They had to give it a good, you know. So yeah, go for it. Do whatever makes you feel passionate and happy, and hope that you find other people that vibe with it. I guess that's my conclusion. I know I've repeated myself a whole lot, but... And thank you for the 1.5k bits. 1500 bits. Thank you very much. That's very generous, citizen. Thank you. I appreciate it more than I can say. And I hope that, you know, I hope that made some sort of sense. Again, I don't claim to have any answers. I don't think my way is better than any other way, but it just makes logical sense to me. I don't know. Once all is said and done, you're always gonna be the, you know, the one person that's gonna have to be there. So you might as well do something that you feel strongly about. Because the quickest way for a channel not to work and to fail is the streamer not showing up. That one I can guarantee. If you don't show up, stream's going nowhere. Yeah. But yeah, thank you. I'm glad it made sense to you. Yeah, you know. I think I take a lot of that from... I mean, a lot of the way I look at it is from what I've learned writing, right? Because there's always so many people asking, like, how do you fucking write? Like, how do you finish a novel? Like, how do you do those things? Yada yada. And so many people have very, you know, like, sort of strict rules, and they're like, oh, you do those things, and then it's gonna, you're gonna get there. And it always sort of sits wrong with me, because, you know, like, oh, write, you know, you should write 1,000 words every day, and yeah, that sounds good in theory. But what if that's too much for you? What if that's not sustainable? And then after, you know, 30 days, after a month, you stop, and then you never write again. You haven't finished a novel, you know. If your pace is writing 100 words a day, which seems, it's not very much. You've written more than that in chat today, right? To give you an example. But if that's your pace, 100 words a day, well, in 3 years, you have a finished novel. It seems like a long time, but it's faster than the guy who wrote, you know, half a novel in 2 months and then never wrote again. So, you know... You always sort of have to look at it from, like, a, you know, longevity perspective. Like, what is sustainable? What can you do potentially forever, if that's going to be your main thing, right? So same applies to streaming. Everyone's like, oh, you know, you need to have a very specific schedule, and you need to be consistent. You need to stream 5, 7 times a week or whatever, yeah, sure, but if that's not sustainable and you stop streaming after a year, then your channel's dead, right? If you can only stream once a week, is it going to be ideal for growth? Well, probably not, but if you can do that forever, trust me, after a few years, your channel is going to be bigger than the dude who stopped after, after a year, so. It's all about, sustainability and keeping the mental health as healthy as, as positive as possible. At the end of the day, that's your most important tool that you need to maintain and preserve, right? It's your fucking brain, your mental. Fun similarities between UX design, what I do in writing, the research processes, and thinking of a story both holistically and detail. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people compare even like coding in general with writing books. I've had that conversation in the past. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of similarities. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just you have a language and you have something you're trying to do with it, and the results might look very different, but fundamentally it's kind of the same idea. It's using a language to create something, right? At the end of the day, that's all we are as human beings. We're language machines. Communication machines. Anyway. What's up, Goblin? Life is language? Yeah. A roped party, 3 troglodytes arriving from the village below. I can still see them hanging far above the refuge. The 3 of them attempting the climb was a pretty smart idea, though. They even got quite high, but that's the problem with rope parties. If one falls, so do the others. That's kind of dark. Some pretty zany guy left me all his gear before the ascent of the mess of barbs. He was almost naked when he left. No point in trying to talk him out of it. When they get that look in their eyes, they've clearly lost their senses a long time ago. Oh, I don't need to copy the book every time. It's the same. I can just copy the pages. A tiny chick, pretty skilled climber too, a troglodyte, no wonder. I saw her leave without stopping at the hut. She didn't say hello or goodbye, she just went for it straight to the wall. Pretty well at first, she did fine, but then you could see she was having a hard time slipping, pounded by blocks of ice falling on her head. And then nothing. She must have passed out and never woke up. Poor thing. Yeah, right, Macaron? Just naked on the wall. Must be cold. A well-known climber I'd read about in Vertimag. Maybe he could have made it through the mess of ice, but then he took an icy spike right in the chest. Dunzo. I wonder if that's gonna be a mechanic. Like, shit's actually gonna fall on us. Sure, we're about to find out. A reasonable climber for once, she stayed a few days at the refuge to build up her strength, then depleted my stock of goat milk. Then she attempted to climb once, twice, 3 times. Then she got it and came back down. Oh, then she got it in the sense of she understood that it wasn't gonna work. That's what he means. Alright, okay, let's get to the tent, do a little bit of cooking. We have a nice sunset. Beautiful. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? It's Wednesday. Hopefully that's a positive for most of you. Let's see. So I think I'm gonna make soup with that. All right, citizen. Thanks again for the support and the nice conversation. Good luck with your battle pass. No, good luck with it. Cheers. Yeah, Cassie, I was thinking we'd get there, but we haven't made much progress in the first 2 hours, so let's see. I think we're gonna be fine. I definitely have to use that soup though, so I'm gonna make a soup with that, I think. Wait, I could make creamy soup. Hold on, I'm gonna try. Okay, so now I have goat milk. And now I'm gonna mix it with the soup. Hell yeah, creamy soup. That's gonna be awesome. You wouldn't want to leave us on a literal cliffhanger? I mean, wouldn't I? I don't know, it kind of sounds like me, actually. But... don't give him any ideas? Okay. Listen. You'll be fine. What do you mean inventory full? I mean, to be fair, it is full, but... That's true, Gecko. That's true. It's all a tool in the toolbox. Alright, last little tour to make sure we get the resources we might need. I'm not even sure. Like, there's a bowl of trout, but it takes so much space. There's no way I'm getting that in my bag. I think at best what I can get is a couple of tomatoes. I think that's literally the most I can do at this point. There's like a bag of oats. I don't even think I can get there. Also, I mean, oats... I don't think oats are that great. They take a lot of space and they're not very filling. I think if you can make like porridge or something, but... I'm not even sure I would like to use my milk this way. I would rather just have the milk. I'm tempted to eat that honey. I think... Okay, let's see first, you know, how we can maybe get a few tomatoes in there. Okay, that's one. Oh god. Dude, why are tomatoes so big? That's just unreasonable. Yeah, the Cortico I want to keep because it gives you like 5 minutes of perfect grip, which is so good. Those I want to keep for warmth. And those are case of emergency, I guess, like if I hurt myself real bad. Couple of tomatoes. I don't remember how much cooked tomatoes actually give in terms of that should be fine, I think. Alright. Again, we're not going to be able to get everything. There's too much. We're going to have to leave some things behind for the next climbers. And obviously for our buddy Damas. Lentils and ham. I mean, there's no way I'm... Can I get that in there? It would be actually pretty good. Oh! I mean, that's a pretty small can for 40, and it's probably even more if cooked. So I'll grab that. Right now I'm just packing my bag as good as I can, as well as I can, and then we're leaving. Start of the journey. Gonna be climbing hardcore for the next couple hours. Hope you guys believe in me and make it to the summit. Not gonna die like the other nerds. I think that's fine. What I need to do is reheat this, maybe. Yeah, I need to reheat that water so that we have warm water. Alright, I think we're good. I think I've seen what I needed to see. I picked up what I needed to pick up. We're full. As full as can be. Our backpack's pretty, you know. Maybe there's room for another tomato? Let's see. God, I'm nervous. Of course I finished preparing and it's literally nightfall. Great. Well, maybe we'll take a little nap before leaving. Oh, I managed to fit one more. Okay, I think that's the best we can do. I'm sure I could stack even more, but I think I need I need to not mess up with my bag too much. I need an organized bag. It's important to me. All right. Beautiful nightfall. All right. little nap and then we're off. Can't believe this is it. The big wall. Seems like that's gonna be one of the last hurdles. What's up, Shepherd? Shepherd. Alright, good morning. I'm gonna drink this. Still. I'm gonna reheat that one. I don't know if I should turn it into coffee. Problem with coffee is that it hydrates less. Yeah, I'm not gonna turn it into coffee. Not sure. The blast straw. How are you doing today? Now the game's allowed to spoil if it wants. I mean, I've not noticed any spoilers from the game, but the game's allowed to spoil. That's kind of the rule, in fact. Information from the game is fine. I mean, I might be upset about it sometimes. I've had games that I thought gave you too much information. But that's the game. That's the game. Yeah, my hunger is slightly low, but I don't think it's worth even going to eat like the trout or something. Unless... I have a few minutes. I'm gonna try to see if I can eat that trout, that bowl of trout, if I can put it in my inventory and eat it. It'll be a good start to the journey, I guess. I don't know if it actually has like special stats. I'm not stalling before anyone else says anything of the sort. I can hear you. I can feel your judgy eyes. Some of you out there being like, he's stalling. Trying to stall. He's scared. Nuh-uh. For some reason saying like, nuh-uh, makes me want to watch South Park. Out of 6 isn't that low? Yeah, but it's soup, so I don't want to waste it. More valuable than it being full of water. Oh, got it. Colette. How dare you? I think I'm gonna eat the honey instead. Now I can do some like that. This can go there. Yeah, this will do. It doesn't look great, but all right, we're good to go. We're actually going this time. This is it. No more turning back. How's my water already that low? Alright. So a little drink, refill. Check the fingers. Perfect. We have 18 bandages. We're good to go. Alright. Whew. This is it. That's a big one. Let's go. I'm scared. I am very scared. There's nothing you can do about it. You gotta surmount your fears. And hope it goes for the best. Speaking of which, let me secure myself. We're already pretty exposed there. Alright, so my plan is to follow the ice path. For some reason, I feel pretty good about it. It seems safer than this hellish climb here. I think I'm gonna follow the ice path. Hopefully that's the correct decision for me. I do like my ice climbing.
Good.
Can I reach? Yes! Hold on. Nope. Much better.
Yes.
I feel like, oh man, what was the name of that kid in The Alpinist? Marc... Marc-André? I can't remember his name. The poor kid that unfortunately was lost to the mountain. I feel like that kid. Marc-André Leclerc, yeah. That movie is... I don't know if you guys saw the movie, but... absolutely heartbreaking. Is the movie good? Yeah, I think it's exceptional. I mean, it's, again, very sad, but...
Okay. Good.
okay, that ice wall right there looks a little, scarier than some of the others. Yeah, that seems a little less, The right side here looks a little more practical, if I can get there. I mean, so far so good, though. Gonna put a normal one in there. Let's take a little rest. Yeah, I think all, like, of the climbing movies that I watched recently, I think the big three are, for me, the Dawn Wall, Free Solo, and The Alpinist. They're, all three of them are very good. I'm actually gonna wait. I don't want to waste any... I did Psycho Rider, yeah. I was in the mood for it during the weekend when I couldn't play the game because I wasn't streaming. Needed more climbing. Oh, I felt like I already had some decent progress, and now I'm looking at the wall and I'm like, oh. Okay, we've barely started. And I've already used 2 pittance, which... I mean, the first one doesn't count, it's just a safety one, right? Now we can start climbing more. So that's 1, 2... I think 1 around here, 3, 4, 5... Yeah. Movie makes... this game makes you want some ice cream? I haven't had ice cream in a while. Kind of want to go to McDonald's and get a... what's it called? Ice? Pick, please? What the fuck? A McFlurry. Dude, why can I not... Okay. Why is she not... Oh. Let me, hold on. Let me reset there. Because that's a little scary. Okay, we're good. We're good. Just a little bug, it seems. We're all good. We got there, chat. Don't worry. Yeah, I realize that, Colette. The only reason why we have to sort of limit guesses as well is because some malicious people, which I'm sure you've met on your time on Twitch, will use, will pretend that they are guessing to actually give spoiler. Also, we've had a pretty general, like, sort of approach of, even if it's a bug, just let me sit in it. But again, no big deal. Still very... My character's getting tired. It's kind of worrying. It's a Bixie. I feel like I'm gonna fall. Oh! Okay, I need to rethink this. This is wild. I did not expect that I was gonna get dismounted there. That also hurt. Yeah, that was a bit of a scary fall. Let's think about this one. Recently watched the infamous 2 videos of Ronald taking another popular climber on a free solo climb. Lost every bit of respect I had for Ronald, so the irresponsible thing to do. I'm assuming you're referring to the Magnus Midbow videos. I've seen those. I think. I mean, Hollow always struck me as a bit of a, you know, a weird character in the sense that even watching Free Solo for me, the difficult part about it was I was always thinking about the other people involved in the thing. The people filming him, his girlfriend. I always thought he wasn't very good at helping his loved one and the people close to him be more, you know, like go through those things in a better way, right? I always feel like he could have been. He always feels like he's not a very empathetic person, which I'm sure is part of why he's able to do all that stuff, right? Yeah, he's kind of like Ava, yeah. But yeah, those videos with Magnus are pretty scary. Like that one video where he, you know, Magnus is very clearly not too sure of himself, but also I'm trying to approach it with a grain of salt because it's YouTube content. It might be also edited and presented in a way to be a little more dramatic. Like we don't know the kind of conversations they might have, you know, and that's kind of edited out. And so I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to take it with a grain of salt, but I mean, it is scary. Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna drink some Ultimate Infusion there. Probably gonna help. And I do need the resources and the healing. I don't know if I'm gonna have opportunities to cook, so I kind of want to be conservative with that. All right, what went wrong here? Let's see. I think I took too much time. I was struggling with this part. I think I should have went maybe a bit more to the left and then again, like I said, I think the right side might be easier. Let's see. What's up, Nibiru? Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Okay, that was easier to access than I thought. Very nice. Oh. No.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so my next pitten, I want it to be at least here, not before that, which is fortunately a bit of a scary fall if I were to completely... But we do need to make progress before we use too many pittons. No. Better. Donk. God, I love those sound effects. The feet, particularly, sound so good when you get them in there. No. 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 Not finding a good... Yeah, this one's okay. Yeah, we got a bit of a mixed wall situation there. Nice. Yeah, I wish my only issue with it, Shepard, is that sometimes it's a little inconsistent with the auto selection. I kind of wish there was an option for to only have like manual selecting of which style you want, right? That would help sometimes, I find. Whew. Had a little slip, but that was okay. Alright, I think that's good. Let's get off belay for a second. Okay, we're still protected by the elixir. Or the ultimate infusion, sorry. Good. It does, JR, and sometimes it's a little slightly unreliable, but for the most part it's doing a good job, I think. It's 30 and 20. You ever shake the bag by accident? I don't think so. If I did, I don't remember. I think I'm gonna maybe take one banana min. It's another 5 minutes of protection. Not what I wanted to do. Come on. Oh, I can't. Oh, shit. Okay. Forgot about that. I can't use the recycling feature while Climbot's securing the wall. Yeah, well, that's fine. Alright, let's continue. This should be pretty straightforward. That part looks scary. I think maybe a pitten around here. Or... yeah, and then we're getting close to the top. This shit is climbable. I really wonder if you can get to like this. I mean, I'm sure some people have tried at least. I don't know. Yeah, we'll could rappel from there and see if I can do something, but right now I kind of want to just get to the top of that wall before doing crazy stuff. Okay. I mean, so far so good. I'm kind of waiting for the game to throw me a curveball or something. Like I'm waiting for, I don't know, like ice to start, you know, falling off the wall or...
Hang tough, Climbot.
No, I really want to get... Come on, seriously? Wow. Can't get my foot in there. Okay, fair enough. Gonna have to do it in 2 parts then. Well, gonna have to... Come on, that's... Thank you. It is a bit of a complicated little spot right there. Yeah, a fall here would suck. Major balls. Let's try not to do it. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, this is kind of scary. Oh!
Fuck! Come on! time for this.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. And I was just saying, like, I'm waiting for the game to throw me a curveball. Well, there it is.
Shit, another one! Hurry up, Ava!
Dude, this is... oh my god. Imagine this shit in free solo mode. Oh, the music though.
Move it, Ava!
Hey, just don't panic. Just smooth and nice. Good movements. No panic.
It's happening again! Faster!
You say faster, I say more carefully. Holy fuck. Okay, we're almost there. Come on.
Watch out!
No. No.
Watch out! Another one!
Oh my god, my hand slipped, my leg slipped.
This has to stop soon.
Holy fuck. Okay. Uh-oh.
What the hell am I doing here? Did you pull me into the tent? Hello? Anyone? Damas? Damas, did you follow me here? Marco? Did you really take me to safety?
That scared me.
Wow. You've had a rough time. You gonna be okay?
What the fuck? My health and all my things are... literally cut by a like 2/3. That's crazy. Poor little Climbot. He'll be fine. Yeah, I can't heal past those values anymore. That's a little scary. I don't even like. Almost feel like keeping the goat milk in its current states. Like, if I'm gonna only have basically what amounts to 30 something, like 33 values on each, I kind of feel like cooking with the goat milk's a waste. I would rather just have all the things individually. Man, that was really tense though. Like the fact that the game doesn't let you like secure yourself or anything, and you just kind of have to just, you know, go is that's pretty exciting. That was a very tense moment right there. Sense of urgency suddenly. I don't know how actually challenging it was supposed to be, if it was more for like cinematic effect or, you know, obviously the game keeps that pretty obscure for immersion and tension purposes. But yeah, that was really cool. That was really tense. Although there's a little part of me that's like, well, interrupting my climb with a cutscene. Kind of mean. I mean, I guess this is as good as it gets, right? For stats, so... I guess let's see. Aw, jeez.
Gotta take it slow.
Yeah, that climb was... I was definitely hauling ass. Yeah, so much for going down and... I mean, I can still try, maybe, check on that climb bud there, but... The problem is I'm so limited.
Fuck.
I'm also struggling to move right now. That's a title I've earned, Inkthar. I can still repel and everything. It just... Is that a cave? Oh my god, there might be shelter. Oh shit, this is... What is that? Oh. Is that a mirage? Am I meant to believe that this is a tent and then you get there and it disappears? I'm gonna have to check that. If there's anything... Yeah, I mean, with the resources I have right now, I don't... Like, I'm not... I think it's crazy to try and go down to that climb bot. Yeah, I think the time for exploration kind of gone right now. There's still so much to climb, though. What the fuck? She seems to be struggling. Yeah, I'm assuming this is supposed to be like a mirage. What's up, Vic? The voice acting there is great. No, I can actually bivouac, okay. Nice. Okay, that's good. That is good. Let's reheat the soup. I don't know if we'll get to, if it's not probably not gonna stay warm for very long, but I feel like reheating things now that we have the opportunity to do so is probably a good idea. My hands look fucked up, kind of. I mean, they're fine. I think I'm gonna drink some coffee, because it's a little of what we need, and it's gonna keep me warm for a bit. No, wait, it's not gonna keep me warm. It's gonna heal me. It's not gonna protect me from... Never mind, never mind, never mind. I need to keep the coffee for later then. I think I just don't drink anything for now. And I just make some progress. Do I eat a tomato? No, not yet. Okay, let's go. The Sea of Serax, day 46. And it's all the Serax, that broken like snow structure, right? Very dangerous in real life. You very easily fall and hurt yourself, or worse. Also, for some reason, Serax a cheese. That kind of looks a little, you know, that looks crumbly a little bit like this. I'm not sure what best path is right now, like I feel like if I climb this wall, then I have like a path to walk, but there's also a path to walk here. what became of the tent? We got out and then we found another tent spot. And that's about it. Not much. I mean, there seems to be like a, not an easy wall, but a somewhat climbable wall. Yeah, I'm gonna go through this. I think it's again, like I mentioned that in the past, but the way this game does environments in a way that feels like it doesn't feel like it's an environment that's set up for you to succeed, but rather just a natural, you know, existing place, and then you sort of, you know, you have to find your way. They've nailed that feel, I think. Can I still run and jump? Okay, I think I can.
Ugh, need a break.
Oh. My water levels. Dude, I'm not... Why is this all so hostile? Oh my god. I'm not even sure I can...
Just yet.
I'm not even sure I can take that jump there. I think I can take that jump. Okay. Jumps are terrifying in this game. They will never stop being terrifying. And now the night's falling. Great. Oh my god. This feels so desperate. I don't even know if I can climb this. Okay, haven't missed a jump yet. Never had to do so many jumps without protection. Let me see if I can... I mean, you clearly have the option to go down there and then climb back up once you're at the end of that sort of labyrinth-looking thing. This is crazy, by the way. All those little, like, passages. Also, look at this. If we go there, in the dark, we can see a beautiful map of our entire trip. So cool. Like the bones, yeah, or the I was saying it looks like a nervous system. One hell of a climb, huh? And we're not there yet. Dude, this looks evil. Okay, there's a little like shelter here. It's like this one. I would love to climb this one. I feel like you climb this, and then you sort of have a nice walkable passage that brings you very high. But this seems easier to climb because it's just a nice wall, and there's a little shelter. It's like this thing looks fucking mean. Like, I don't know how you climb this. I mean, it's very craggy, so there's plenty of holds, I guess. But I don't know, man. The fact that it's a negative incline and everything, and I don't know. I think I'm just gonna climb the ice. Every fucking jump I tense up like crazy. Oh. Oh, yeah, that was a little sketch. Alright, let's try this then. Because that looks... It looks, that wall to the side there looks like a nice sort of speedrunish kind of wall. Like, I could imagine people trying to climb this one fast for fun. I'm gonna drink some soup. Yep, let's get it.
It's freezing.
You'll be fine. Just a little bit of cold, okay? No. Nice. Oh. No. Thank you. Climebot, you're kind of in the way. I like you, but... Oh, also you're kind of reminding me that I need to... You know what, Climebot? Never mind. I literally forgot I was... I wasn't safe. I'm gonna have to do it in 2 parts. I go straight up here, or do I need to? I think I'm gonna have to transition to the left there a little bit. Yeah, that was the correct choice, I think. Yeah, I never realized, because typically I'm pretty fast at, like, protecting myself, so I didn't realize that would happen. Like, that's kind of a funny way of Climbot to be like, hey, are you sure you didn't forget anything? I don't know if it's designed intentionally like that, or if it's just a byproduct of him not being at the bottom, you know, belaying you. It's just, he's free to walk next to you. But regardless, it works. If it's intentional or not, I don't know, but it worked. Yeah. Iya is my favorite effort sound in the game. I have a favorite effort sound. Sounds very weird when you say it like that, but... Oh, nice. That was nice. Come on, let's see. Oh, strong ankles, Ava. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, that was really sketchy for a sec. Oh, thank God. Oh, I got there
Go get the pigeons.
just in time. Yeah, good timing with the wind for sure. Didn't the dude say that the weather was gonna be clear for like 4 days or some shit? I guess it meant, you know, down the mountain, not up the mountain. Or maybe the mountain itself is, you know, waking up and protesting my ascent. I'm gonna eat some of that honey that I've had with me for the entire game. I think it's time. Emotional support honey, yeah. Mm-hmm. There it is. It's finally gone after all this time. And then I'm gonna take a sip of Ultimate Infusion, I think. And my banana min to protect myself a little more from the elements for a while. Make my ascension a little easier. Okay, seems like all our resources are paying off a little bit, right? Definitely not running out.
Thanks.
Alright, what's the path now? Oh my god. It's so rough. I think there's an argument to... Oh my god, to take a rest inside the shelter here. It's like, I don't know if we're gonna have that many other shelters going forward. The problem is I just used a bunch of resources. I don't want to waste them by sleeping. So you know what? I think we're just gonna have to climb. It's a hellish time to climb, but I think we're gonna have to. I think we take on the right side here and we keep going all the way up on that ice. That's the best plan I can see right now. The game's doing a really good job though at making this feel like you're somewhere, like everything up to that point you had the troglodyte stuff. Early on you had the tourist stuff, right? Everything feels easy and simple. And then you have the troglodyte stuff. And then it gets a little more rough, but you can still see some signs of civilization and then obviously the old man and all that. The game's is doing a really good job at making this feel uncharted, right? Like these are uncharted snows or peaks, right? Like it's a place where you can tell that not many humans have been before. It feels extremely isolated, even more than the rest of the game. It feels dark and just sort of like almost, there's something almost spiritual about that ascent at this point, which is kind of like the theme of the game with the troglodyte, you know, liking associating the climb with, you know, a passage to another life or, you know, plane of existence or whatever. But I think there's something like really strong about how this all feels right now. Like it doesn't feel like a place that I want to just chill and explore fully and look at every little corner and cozy like I sometimes felt in the game. This feels like I just need to go now. Like if I stay here I'm gonna die, right? Like it doesn't feel like there's any room for leisure anymore. This is pure survival climbing at this point. No more fun climbing. Just call 911 at this point. Yeah, no, just satellite phone. Hey guys, can you come pick me up? Hold on. It just occurred to me. Do they not have helicopters in this game? They say nobody ever got to the summit. Couldn't they just... You know what? This is another Eagles in Lord of the Rings type situation. Let's not think about it. Let's just not think about it too hard. Yeah, this is the eagles in Lord of the Rings all over again. You don't want to think about it too hard. Let's keep our disbelief suspended. Just like the angles of Ava's ankles. Pulling out the phone. Mom, I want to go home. Mom, can you come pick me up? I'm on the top of Mount Kami. That sounds perfectly reasonable, if you ask me. No. No. Come on, stick your foot in there. Okay. There you go. Things you can say during a climb, but not during a first date. Come on, stick your foot in there. Well, I mean, unless it's your thing, you know? I'm not here to judge. Hello? Yeah, that's true, Colette. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we kind of broke the antenna and maybe he doesn't... He just took it as a sign to... But yeah, that dude Chris was so annoying early in the game. In a fun way, right? Like, it's a cool character. Well, it's a cool character to have in the story for thematic purposes. But yeah, no rescue party, you know? Oop. Okay. What's up, Ren? How are you doing today?
Let's do this.
I haven't seen Tropic Thunder. I know about the movie, you know, obviously it's a very popular movie. But I never watched it. I should remedy that. I think I know what Tom Cruise looks like in the movie, though. I feel like I see the picture. Pretty big dude with glasses, right? I think. Sort of a slimy agent type guy. Oh my god, you can't see shit in there. I love Tolkien talks about the eagle thing. Here's a YouTube link for anyone interested. Wait, you can post like full links, by the way, Ren. Like, Tolkien actually addressed the eagle thing? That's funny, I didn't know that was a thing. Or maybe you're posting a meme or something. Riding out some COVID? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Didn't you watch it? It's so good. Yeah, it's... There's like a list of movies I really need to get around to watching that I should have watched, but for some reason missed, even though I love movies and I watch a whole bunch of them. This one's on the list. Shutter Island's on the list. Django's on the list. The Prestige is on the list. Those are like the big ones that I can think of right now that anyone who loves movies like I do and has watched the movies that I've watched should have seen, but for some reason I never got around to those. I mean, it's good, right? It's good to have cool things to watch. It's nice to have more things to discover in life. Okay, I haven't seen 2001 Space Odyssey. You know what? We can skip that one. I don't care if people start hating me for it. I'm gonna die on that hill. You can skip that one. I don't think it's that great of a film. And listen, I'm sure it was incredible when it came out. Because of, you know, being something nobody had ever done before, and the special effects were probably groundbreaking, and it you know, I don't think it aged that well. I think most good sci-fi movies since 2001 have done what 2001 is trying to do, but better. But you know, I don't know. It's one of those 2001, and I've watched 2001 for the first time a while ago. Like, you know, I watched it in the 90s, I think, and rewatched it later on when I was older and, you know, felt like I could better understand what it was about. I don't think it's that good of a movie. No, okay, let me rephrase. I think it's an amazing movie again for its time. I think it's one of those things that doesn't age as well as other films. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully you feel different. I haven't seen Saloum, no. Senegalese terror film. Interesting, okay. The making of the film is more interesting than the film itself. I agree, yes. So, like the filmmaking, how they did those things back in the day with what they had, right? I think is super fascinating. Yeah. All practical effects, yeah. I mean, it's still worth watching, but yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think it's far from being my favorite Kubrick movie, that's for sure. Bring back animatronics in place of CGI, I agree. Jurassic Park still looks fucking amazing, I think. Last time I watched it, which can't have been more than like 3 years ago, I was still impressed. I still think it looks cool. It just ages well. And then you look at like some of the early 2000s like sci-fi movies and all that when CGI started being a thing and it looks horrible. Okay, it's 11. I'm gonna have to get that climb. Tired of the overly obvious CGI now. Yeah, I think also like one thing I feel like a lot of CGI doesn't get right still to this day is the weight of things. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but everything that's relying on CGI too much feels light. Like a car crash made with CGI instead of like actual like physical stunts. You can see the cars don't weigh anything. It drives me mad. Video games do that better than movies. Literally. There's this new Spielberg, I think, movie. Disclosure Day or something. Disclosure, I think it's called. That's like about, you know, revealing the existence of aliens, which, by the way, the movie looks super fun. I think I'm gonna enjoy watching that one. I love, you know, those kinds of movies. It looks a little bit like Independence Day, but a bit more about the information thing rather than just war, right? But there's one scene in the trailer where a car gets hit by a train, and it's very obvious that it's CGI. The car looks like it weighs nothing, and it's just like it gets hit by the train and then it moves along the rail, and it looks so fake, instantly fake. It was really painful to see that in the trailer. CGI of the Scorpion King at the end of The Mummy Returns, yeah. Dwayne Johnson's never looked better, man. So funny. VFX look worse now than they did a few years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's been a bit of a. At first, it looked really bad, then it got better. Like mid 2010s, it started looking pretty good, I think. Like some of the Nolan stuff. Okay, of course, Nolan uses a lot of like practical effects as well as CGI. Like it's a mix of both, which I think helps. But I think like Interstellar, you know, Inception, Tenet, even those look fucking rad. You know, like I think Nolan uses his use of like practical effects plus CGI, really, you know, impressive. And then you get stuff like Lord of the Rings, right, where they use like miniatures and mixed also with like CGI, but done in a tasteful way. That shit looks incredible. And now I don't know if it's a COVID thing, I don't know if it's an economy thing, I don't know if it's an AI usage thing, you know? But yeah, a lot of new movies have CGI that looks really fucking cheap and garbage again. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, there's still, don't get me wrong, there's still movies that look super impressive. I haven't seen the new Avatars, but, you know, I think from the little I've seen in the trailers, those look pretty well done, right? But not enough time for the VFX people, yeah. Maybe Psycho Rider, yeah. I love Tenet so much, gotta watch it again. Yeah, Tenet is... I've only watched it once in the theater. I haven't watched it at home yet, which I really want to, because I want to be able to pause and rewind and look at more details. I love doing that with films on a second watch. But yeah, I really liked it, Tenet. I know a lot of people didn't vibe with it too much. For me, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I don't think it's my favorite Nolan or anything, but, you know, I thought it was very, very solid. Alright, let's keep climbing. But yeah, speaking of weird CGIs, I felt the same with like the last season of Stranger Things. There's shots comparing similar scenes. I'm not gonna spoil any detail in case anyone hasn't watched it yet, but there's comparison shots they can find on YouTube or Twitter or whatever, where they show similar... There's one scene that's very similar in season 5 and season 4 of Stranger Things, and they compare the way it was shot then and the way it is, you know, shot now. Literally, the season 4 shot looks like a high-budget movie, and the season 5 version of it looks like a Saturday night, you know, low-budget, straight-to-TV movie or something, right? Like, you know the kind of I'm talking about, right? So, I don't know. It clearly they had enough budget. It's fucking Stranger Things. It's like a massive thing. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what went wrong. I don't know if it's like an aesthetic choice, in which case, weird. But, I don't know. Yeah, I've seen that take before, Macaron. I don't know. Maybe. I haven't... I'll be honest, I haven't really watched, any of these movies under that prism and to see how I really felt about that. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. There's a world where he's not misogynistic and is just not a great writer when it comes to that stuff, but I don't know. Maybe he is. That's very possible. Who knows? What do you mean? I missed a bit. I don't know what you're referring to. The Stranger Things stuff? I was saying that there's a scene in Stranger Things that they have almost exactly the same scene in season 4 and 5. I'm not gonna spoil it, just in case. But yeah, there's like a sort of repeated scene in both seasons. And the season 5 version looks considerably worse than the season 4 version. It's colors wise and everything. What am I doing? I was just aimlessly sort of following the thing there, but I need to that is true, RGZ, yeah. It'd be sort of a, you know, subconscious, not fully deconstructed sort of internalized stuff, right? Very easy to miss. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just, for the sake of nuance, I'm just saying, like, there are other reasons why he potentially is bad at riding women, right? He may not be that amazing of a rider. I think his brother is a better rider than him. For sure. But... okay. I love my little chimes. Oh, we're almost there. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, I need to sneeze. That one came out of nowhere. Dude, I feel like I'm not getting any closer. This is insane.
Cool, thanks.
It's like one of those things, you know, like that effect where the closer you get and yet it always seems further and further. Like you see that sometimes in like fantasy or sci-fi movies or games. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. We're trying to get closer, but it's not working. Nope. Nope. Sure. That's not where I wanted to put it, but... Mario 64 stairs. I love the vibe of this sort of section of the game. I don't know how to call it, but feels so, again, isolated and dark and...
Pittance, please.
Yeah, we're definitely climbing, Dax. How did you finished the game, Dax, right? How long? What was your playtime at the end? I'm sure that's not gonna be much of a spoiler. You're probably way less hours than I did. Finished playtime 12 hours. You know, when I say I take the average person's playtime and I multiply by 5, that's not a joke anymore. At first I was saying it like a joke. I think it's actually, you know, probably correct at this point. Yeah, I think we're getting there. What I get through in a 5-hour stream, most people get through in an hour. I think that's kind of the reality of it. I love how slow and like arduous just the walking is right now. Like it feels like a struggle. This is so cool. Again, this game, the sense of adventure and the immersion. Not a lot of games manage to do it as well as this one. What the fuck?
Marco. Marco, is that you? Marco! Answer me!
What the fuck, dude? That actually like scared me bad. I wasn't ready for this. I don't know if I made the new emote face, like the Dan M ah, but that's how I felt internally. Yeah, exactly. That was my internal reaction. God, I can't see shit. I'm gonna drink a little bit. Oh. It got a little quiet suddenly. Like the background music kind of stopped. Dude. Oh my god, like the elements are... The mountain's angry at me, and that's how it feels right now. Yeah, no, this is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I would love to find shelter. Can't walk here? Hold on. Like, you cannot see shit. It's crazy. Yeah, for sure, Captain Nax. Absolutely. I mean, at this point, I just climb, right? Like, there's no place to hide anymore. Is this climbable, though? Yeah, I mean, this looks fine-ish. I do need something for the cold, though. Let's see. Well, my soup and everything got cold. Got cold. I have 2 doses of coffee and I have 2 clear water, both warm. I don't want to waste that too much, I don't think. Maybe I can have some of that atataxium. Gonna keep me warm for a bit. Like, we kept it for an occasion such as this one, so... Oh. And I can probably drink a little bit of my infusion. Get myself protected a little bit. Alright, let's go. You know, when in video games, someone mentioned Skyrim earlier or something, when in video games you don't use anything because you're afraid you're gonna need it later. I'm the same, except I'm pretty good at recognizing when later is happening. This is later. Now it's time to use all those resources. Yeah, later is now, exactly. I was joking about having 28 mega elixirs. 28? What kind of casual gamer are you? 99, man! If you don't have 99 mega elixir by the time you finish the game, what are you even doing? Are you dying to bosses like a noob? I'm joking. The mega elixirs for me were always kind of a, oh shit, I died to the boss. And I think I should be winning, so I'm just gonna use it. I do, however, always have 99 high potions. Because usually, whatever the Final Fantasy I'm playing, you have like the auto potion skills. Stuff like that. You kind of want to have enough potions to automatically heal. I didn't power game enough as a child. It's fine. I don't remember which one it was, but... Was it Final Fantasy X or 7? I don't remember. One of them I did like a full, like, 100% perfect run. Like years ago with a guide. Like, I had already played the game, of course, but I played it with a guide and the goal was to have, like, literally the perfect save. Like, you do everything, you get all the weapons, you get 99 of each item that you can get, you know, an unlimited amount of. You literally, like, have the perfect save. And there was a guide on, like, Game Facts to sort of get you through the whole thing. It was actually super fun to do. It was sort of a, you know, different approach of how I usually play games, right? It was more of a, I'm just gonna, like, follow the guide and just mindlessly do what it tells me to do while I'm watching TV shows on the side and just chill in that atmosphere of that game I like so much. It was really a good time. It's something I've actually been thinking that I want to do off stream again one of these days. I was watching Grim the other day, and she does like 100% Souls games completions where she like follows like a walkthrough to make sure she gets everything. And it kind of made me like miss that sort of you know, like guided walkthroughs of those Final Fantasy games, and I was thinking like I should do that again one of these days. Maybe maybe Final Fantasy 8 or 9. I don't think I've done those like fully 100%. Yeah, just as a, like, you know, off stream kind of activity. I don't know. Speaking of which, have you guys heard? Apparently there's a Chrono Trigger remake in the works. That's exciting. I've been wanting to replay Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross for such a long time, and now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait for the Chrono Trigger remake, I guess. Yeah, I miss Chrono Cross. I'm one of the few people that liked Chrono Cross better than Trigger. Oh shit, there's a tent here. That might be the last one. Let's get to it. How are you, Noger? That rumor comes around every year for the last decade. Yeah, but I think this time, I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it was sort of like substantiated with like actual, you know. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Sun's rising-ish. That little portion of climb in the night there was really cool. I'm glad I did that instead of sleeping it off. It felt very isolated. Final Fantasy VI. Oh.
Come on. Look alive, buddy. Let's get back to it. Come on. Ugh.
Oh no, is that it for Climbot? Wow. She's dragging Climbot up the hill. Wow, that's crazy. What a cool moment. Poor little Climbot, man. It's a Vadla Dragonash. How are you doing today? Also, Anonymous Gifter. Wow, the music. Hold on. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you. Taking advantage of the 35% off. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're getting there. I can see it now. It's getting close. Poor little Climbot. We're gonna have to climb without him. Oh my god. Like, this is actually kind of scary. Banging soundtrack, by the way. Yeah, I think there's potentially an intentional like juxtaposition there between the way she's sort of transferring affection or maybe Capsule or, you know, other people that she loves, and Climbot being that sort of only familiar presence, quote unquote, that she's had her entire life, you know. Climbot's the only, quote unquote, you know, presence that followed her everywhere when she was climbing, which is so important for her, right? So like thematically there's definitely a juxtaposition there for sure.
You're back. You're back. Good.
Oh! He's working again! Oh my god, let's go! I thought that was it. I thought he was gone for the whole ride now.
It's freezing.
I legit thought I was gonna have to climb without Climbot for the rest of it. The Immaculate. Day 47.
Ah, she's up. I didn't know you were a late riser. It worked out nicely, though. Gave me time to finish breakfast. A nice bowl of rice with marinated mushrooms and soft-boiled eggs. You do eat eggs, right?
Whoa. Okay. We're clearly not doing so great. Look at how bloody our feet are. That's crazy. It's definitely starting to feel like late game, doesn't it? Okay, we're gonna reheat some of that, some of those liquids, just in case. We want to make sure we have some warmth with us. Alright, let's see. Their status. We're pretty good. We're okay. I think I'm gonna eat that cooked trout because I'm just annoyed seeing it in my inventory. Might as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't I'm not even using that much chalk anymore because I'm mostly ice climbing, but... I mean, we're kind of good to go. I don't really feel like I need to adjust anything. We're sort of okay. I really thought Climbot was gone, by the way. I thought we were gonna drag it up all the way to the summit and we were gonna have to climb without him. That was very scary. I wasn't ready. I think this feels like it could be the last stretch, so I'm wondering if I should just retape my hands just for the sake of it. I think I'm gonna do it. I have enough tape anyway. Just making sure we're in optimal condition before going. In case this is our last stop, you know. What's with the fucking hallucinations of Marco and everything? That's kind of scary. All right. I think that's it. I think we're good to go. Bag is pretty good shape, pretty organized, you know. A neat bag for a neat climb. Saladino, 50 gifted subs. What the hell are you doing, sir? It's 1,076 total, by the way. Jesus, that's a lot of names. I don't even want to go through that entire list. There's too many people. You want that bag? Oh, fuck! I forgot about that. You absolute asshole. I forgot about that. Oh no! My bag, Saladino. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. You absolute... I said it as a joke earlier. For those who don't understand what's going on, earlier in the run, I said as a joke, if someone gifts 50 subs, someone was like, hey, you should shake the bag because my bag was so organized. And I said, for 50 subs, I'll do it. Obviously, I didn't expect anyone to gift 50 subs. Well, turns out, once again, I was wrong. So, for all of you that dreams of times like these, it's happening. $50 shakes of the bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20. And 50. I saw the bottom was still pretty ordered. Like the bottles that I put at the bottle were so well organized and stacked that it barely moved. So I wanted to give it a, you know, I wanted to give you a run for your money. Like you know, your money's worth. There you go. You happy now? Also, very funny of how all the small things ended up at the bottom and the heavier things are on the top now, because obviously they can't move through as well, I guess. I cannot believe this is what my bag's gonna look like. I could reorganize it, but I feel like it would defeat the spirit of the shake at this point in the game, right? I think at this point I'm just accepting it. The tomatoes are the bottom, are the cherry on top. Clever. Does it feel worse than the one death? No. I'm gonna be honest, no. First of all, the one death didn't make me a whole bunch of money. No, joke aside, the one death broke my heart. Like, legitimately. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm honest. Like, when the one death we got, I wanted to cry when it happened. I was so invested in the no death climb. I still am, by the way. But, you know, at this point we died once. But I'm set on that being the only death, so. Yeah, it just broke my heart. Like, imagine how I would feel right now if I hadn't died once yet. And I still wanted to maintain that perfect playthrough. I would be so nervous right now. As it stands, I'm like, I'm okay. No. If I die again, whatever. Alright, well, I hope you're happy, Saladino. I hope that was worth the 50 subs, and thank you again. I appreciate you, thank you. I feel like doing it on the 35% day is kind of, you know, kind of cheating, but I'm kidding. Oh. It's so disorganized now. I don't know where to find things. I never used the doll. I kind of feel like I need to use it once. I'm just kind of... Okay. My only worry is that if it actually works and it brings beautiful weather, it's gonna kind of like negatively affect the mood of this, you know, the struggle of this one ascent, right? Shake it until the thing you want floats to the top. Yeah, that's the new method now. If I want to use that pot of honey, I need to shake until it gets to the top. Oh! Oh! Oh, there we go! Nice. Got it. It's gonna be more difficult with the small things. Like, how do I get that boiled egg to the top? Yeah, it's never getting there. Oh, it's so funny how many people I've seen in this stream be like, oh, I didn't know you could organize your bag. I've only used the... Oh! Got it. I've only used the shaking thing. And now I'm like, I mean, it's not a bad way to just make sure you have, you know, you just... Everything just sort of piles together and... I don't know. I just liked my little organizational system, though. It used to look so beautiful. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that shaken bag, by the way, so you know, for my archived notes. You deserve it. I'm gonna name it in my notes Saladino's Shaken Bag. Actually, Saladino's Bag of Shaking. That's a better name. Sounds like a Magic the Gathering card. There you go. You're in there. Saladino's Bag of Shaking. There can be beauty in chaos? Yeah. That's what disorganized people say. No, you're right. But look how beautiful it was. That was not even Prime Bag. I don't think I took a screenshot of Prime Bag. When we got the big jug and everything. Although, I don't know, there's merit in that one. That one was really clean. The big jug kind of sort of broke the symmetry at the bottom. Those were the ideal bags we've ever had. We didn't have like too much garbage in it. It was just very clean. Yeah, that one was clean as hell. Look at that. God damn. And now it looks like this. Got nothing else to live for. Day 47. Immaculate. Alright, how do we climb this? We can walk to the side there, it seems. Yeah, it almost seems like we don't have to climb anymore. We can just walk. Climbots! Did you see that? Climbbot was completely covered in snow. That was so funny. That wall looks pretty cool though. Pie tent. We're almost there. Yeah, I mean that last section I'm not going to be able to walk, that's for sure. That's why this wall looks really nice though. Like that's a wall I could see wanting to climb for pleasure in a replay of the game. Yeah, no, that last section we're gonna have to yeah, that will just looks cool. I don't know, it's very craggy like that. Yeah, I think we're just gonna walk up to that wall and that's where we'll climb, I guess. Wind. Snow's getting deeper, wind's getting stronger. The mountains growling. The mountain really feels alive at this point. I mean, it always did a little bit, but like at this point, it's almost like this boss fight, you know, like standing in front of you there. And we can't see the beginning of the game anymore. We used to be able to. We're not in Kansas anymore. I wonder, do I still see the route? Yeah, you can still see everything. I mean, not entirely, but it's there. We can just faintly see it in the white. Again, this game's the sense of scale in this game is wow, so incredibly impressive. What's up with Therma? Maybe the greatest example of proper sense of scale I've ever seen in a video game. Before we climb... Oh god, what a mess! It's all your fault, Paladino. I hate you! I'm gonna eat some soup. I'm gonna drink some of my ultimate infusion. I'm gonna chalk up just in case. And we're ready to go. Yes, you saw, you know. You know what you did. Monster. I'm never making any of those bets again. Clearly you guys are too supportive for me to be able to afford those bets. Oh, thank you again. Really cool. Actually, kind of... You just need higher numbers? Yeah, well, I guess so. Just say 1,000 next time? Well, yeah, but... Then, you know it's not happening. For sure, right? Like that's legit a number I've never seen and probably will never see, so... I'm not even sure you can gift 1,000 subs. I mean, in several stretches, yeah, but, you know. You can since a few months? That's crazy. That's a lot. I mean, I guess it make, like, you know, it's Twitch, right? They're definitely not lazy when it comes to coming up with ways to make more money. Why is it always pointing up? There is a button for 1,000. I thought they revoked it due to abuse. I guess maybe they had to fix something and then, you know, make sure it couldn't be abused or whatever. I don't know. Apparently it's there, so... I just noticed I didn't secure myself, which is crazy at this point in the run. I'm telling you, the problem with those ice walls, they feel too safe. Because you feel so safe with those ice picks. Oh my god, what a shot. Look at this. It looks so cool. Okay, there's another tent here. Still a mean climb though. I I mean, that's true, Salino, to a certain extent. Although, we do get quite a bit of like unique viewers every day. And like, I think the actual like existing community, including all the lurkers and all that, is quite a bit bigger than like quote unquote the core, right? The people who are already always subbed and that are there on the daily and in chat. Like the unique viewer metrics are pretty decently high. Twitch gift subs are weird. Yeah, I haven't really looked into that, of course, but I believe you. Okay, this is kind of a little sketchy to climb, I think. Oh. But yeah, no, I get your point. So yeah, you like when the subs go to who actually watch the channel, which I think is very fair. No, that is not good. I need to readjust this. Yeah, I know the ankles sometimes look kind of crazy, but hey, listen, she's one of the best climbers in the history of the world. The camera is doing something weird there where it angles upwards even though I'm not pressing it to. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or if it's intentional by the game. It's kind of weird. Okay, we're almost there. Yeah, look, I don't know how they do it. Yeah. No. I totally get what you mean, Sal, you know. You get no argument from me on that. I also prefer when gift subs go to people that, you know, are around and they can actually benefit from like the no ads stuff, right? Just better for everyone. Although, like the point Cole makes, Log makes, makes sense, right? It can also attract people to come and check what's going on, right? But I doubt that has a very positive effect overall on new viewers or retention or whatever. I don't know. I don't have the metrics Twitch has, obviously. What of you? But yeah, I've noticed before, I'm sure it happened to all of you, but wow, the sky is so cool here. Look at this shot. Like sometimes I do get gifted subs to channels I've never seen before, like never heard of, never seen, which I'm assuming is because it's smaller channels that get a lot of gift subs, right? I don't know. Maybe there's a chance sometimes you get raided into people and you don't realize, because like when you lurk, sometimes you don't pay attention. You get like raided, like chain raided in several channels, and maybe you didn't notice that you ended up being in a channel before. But I'm pretty sure some channels that I've got gift subs for I've never seen, heard of, raided, anything. No. I don't know, Macaron. I know you can disable them altogether. Like specifically for channels you don't follow, I don't think so. Anyway, let's take in the view for a sec. Now is not the time to think about Twitch's bullshit. Now is the time to take the beauty in. Look at this shit. It looks like a painting, like an actual painting. It's so pretty. Almost midday. That's crazy though that this is the middle of the day. Because it looks like night sky, right? Like, of course you have the sun, but it kind of looks like a little bit of a night sky, which is kind of crazy beautiful. You can see the Mount Holly estate from here. Nice. Nice reference. I'm wondering what's going on with those tents, because obviously they're presented in a way that feels almost illusory, like unreal. And it makes you wonder if what of what is happening right now, what is real and what, you know, maybe isn't. I don't know.
I'm not gonna make it. Let's stop here, okay? I give up. Let's just go back down.
Wow. I'm not even standing?
All right, point taken. I'll keep going.
I wonder what would have happened if I, like, went to sleep or something. I wonder if there was an option that I might have missed there. I went for my bag, right? Because I saw cook, I saw sleep. I didn't carefully check every option. I wonder if I missed maybe something. I mean, I wasn't gonna stop anyway, right? But at this point we're going. There's no stopping that train. Heat. Bit of goat milk. Some more of that ultimate infusion. One dose left. Hand's looking great. Let's go. Yeah, I'm really curious. That little moment there is something I'm gonna have to maybe if I play the game again in free solo mode eventually, I'm gonna have to assess this situation a little bit better. The way I looked at it was just like, oh, she's so tired, she's not even like sitting anymore, she's staying in her thing. I didn't think it was a specific situation. I thought it might have been just a new little like vibe change for the tent stuff, right? But since I always had the same option, I should have taken more time to look around at the options. And I don't know, I wonder what would have happened if I slept, for instance. Day 47, Kami. That's definitely it. That's the last stretch for real, for real. For real, for real. Okay, well, first phase, get to that ledge there. I think this seems okay. I mean, obviously this is a smaller wall, but there's not a lot of holes. It's a nice crack here. I think ice climbing this and then up here seems pretty decent. I mean, this seems fine once you get there. Like, it's very, like, it's almost a ladder. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, actually. But then what? Straight up here? We'll see that when we're on the ledge first. I think that side seems safer. A fall is also a lot less consequential. A fall here, super exposed. A fall here, kind of okay. This is actually not very... Yeah, hold on. This is not quite as workable as I thought. What are you wowing about, RGZ? The music is so good. I think I just took the wrong side. I should have... Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Trying to find the... Okay, now it's... Surely is going to be a little more practical. God, the music is so freaking good. No. This almost... Okay, I'm sorry to always bring up like blueprints and whatever, but this almost sounds like it could be out of the Blueprint soundtrack. Like I could see myself walking outside of the house, you know, in the garden or on the way to the hideout. That kind of vibe, right? Got it. This is a little sketchy of a climb, but we're gonna do it. I don't know how to climb walls anymore. I'm so used to ice climbing. God, this track is so good.
Bring me the pittance.
I love how you can just tell she's exhausted. Like, that's so fucking cool. Yeah, this is starting to feel like it. We're getting there. Yeah, this wall's a little sketchier than I thought. Hold on. Don't want to make mistakes here. There are a few holes, but they're not super visible. Okay, no, this is actually fine. Looks better at an angle. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Oh. Nice. Wow, she's legit crying and all that at this point. Like, I mean, she's been struggling and emotional for a while, but now she's like it's getting more and more of a mess. Okay, now what? That's the final stretch right there. How do we even climb this? Okay, this is fine. That part looks mean as fuck though. This looks easier. Then there's this whole part here where you would have to go across. You would have to go across. I mean, it seems fine. Wow. This is so cool. At this point, it feels like the time of day doesn't matter anymore. I think kind of the game goes for a specific vibe, regardless of when you get there, I think. Which kind of fits the that sort of feeling that you're kind of out of time at this point. Better. There are not a lot of good holds in this. Gonna have to go full ham with our ice picks. Yeah, this is not the easiest ascent there, I realize.
Not now!
Oh! That was literally the moment she locked in. Just frame, yep. Yeah, so it does really well at showing how using those strong, you know, bam to really grab when there's nothing to grab. It really does a good job at showing how it's costing you more endurance, so it's not like a reliable way of climbing. But it works in a pinch, you know. Okay, now we have some cracks. Should be better. Yeah. Okay, what the hell am I getting myself into? I think the other route was a lot easier to climb, but obviously it's longer. This one's shorter. Oh my god, it's... I've already used 2 pittons. And we're not a third of the way there. Alright, we're gonna have to... I mean, once I'm a little higher, I can afford climbing a little more because I don't risk... you know, like... I don't risk completely wiping out all the way to the ground. Oh my god, this is kind of hell. Okay. Bad timing. Um. Yeah, this is okay, I think. Exchange, and then, yep, foot up here. God, this is... It's one hell of a climb, this last ascent. One hell of a climb. Okay, we're back on the ice. I like that. We're gonna have a bit of a mixed climb here. Oh, nice. That was scary. Fuck. Shit, man, it's a long way still. Anyone else palms sweaty? Mine are.
It's freezing. I'll take a breather.
No more infusion. I'm gonna hit the medicinal extract. Some cortico. For the extra grip. Yeah, the stats are... We've been down to 1/3 since we got to this part of the ascent. I'm assuming to illustrate, you know, how rough everything is getting. All right. A little tiny break over. We have 3 more pittons. No. No. Okay, game. Fine. I won't do that. God, this is...
Almost. Just a few more meters.
Oh! Yeah, this is... Like, none of this resembles a normal, like, climbing route anymore. It's just a... Dude, look at this! Oh my god. How do I get up here? Like, at this point, it's like, it's really legit challenging you to find ways to, you know... get to places you don't feel like you're supposed to be able to, which is great. Yeah, that was... Damn. No, we don't really know. I mean, I think there might be something in the game that tells you how high the mountain is, but I'm not even sure. I don't remember seeing it, at least. Current elevation fucking high, yep. Sticks out. Okay, resources. What do we got? I mean, so far so good. I'm gonna use the rest of my Korutiko. Ends look okay. Yeah, let's go for it. Oh.
Hey! What are you doing?
Oh no.
Hey! Hunk of junk! Turn back on! We're almost there, I can feel it! Oh, please! One last push. Do this for me.
Wake up, Climbot.
Don't do that to me. Turn back on. Come on!
Wake up the damn robot.
Piece of trash! Just get to work! I'm not asking much of you. Do your job! Turn back on! On! No. No. Come on. Don't. Robot, please. Please, please, please don't do that. Just turn back on. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do this to you.
Oh, you can't do that to me, no! I can consider Captain Dax because I'm assuming that if I continue and drag him, it's gonna be harder. And I kind of don't want to die. But it's Climbot. He saved my ass so many times. We make it with Climbot, or we don't. I don't think I can give up on my little buddy Climbot right now. Oh my god. Yep, no more pittance or anything now. This is just a climb right now. Okay, come on, game. Dude, this is so scary though. I don't even have stats anymore at this point. It looks like nothing shows up if I press the buttons. It's pure cinematic at this point. Oh my god, the music.
I'm gonna make it.
Okay. Almost there.
We've got this, Climbot.
Yeah, we got this. Almost there. Dude, the track is so good. Come on. Yes. Oh my god. We're almost there. Damn. That's not me RP walking, by the way, that's like the fastest speed you can go. I love a game that understands me. Oh shit. Be part of a whole. Just like some of the troglodytes. Messages and inscriptions mentioned. Alright, let's be part of a whole then. Oh, I had to hold. Okay. Wow. No way, hold on. Okay. Dude. Oh my god. Wow. Just a little climbing game, huh? Yeah, it's interesting because special thanks to Bennett Foddy. Okay, hold on. Let's be reasonable there. No, I'm kidding. Like there was a portion of the game when Mr. Berti letting the player climb the credits. I see the idea. I think it's just fine the way it is. Yeah, I mean it is similar to the ending of Getting Over It for sure, except you know, this one has a whole like you know thematic sort of journey to get there, but yeah. I mean, I thought like several times during the climb, the 60-hour journey that got us there, for me, you know, I was thinking, you know, like you climb a mountain like this. I know the volume's very loud. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but there's always a part of me that's like, how do you get down from a climb like this? And I had my suspicions, of course. But yeah, she, you know, when she decided to finish the climb, she was never going, you know, she was never coming down. That was never the goal. And again, it plays into the whole theme of the troglodytes, you know, the troglodyte. Yeah, I think here there's a lot of, dude, this game narratively is an absolute masterpiece, by the way, of, you know, subtle storytelling, thematic driven storytelling. It's, you know, it's hard for me to express how absolutely beautifully put together this game is, and in memory of our own capsule. Okay, that's gonna make me cry. That was a cheap shot right there at the end. Beautiful. I'm so mad that I died this one time. How beautiful would that have been if I hadn't died? I would also have been out of my mind stressed at the end there, during the last part of the climb. But hey, you know, poetically speaking, one death is pretty accurate. Yeah. No, like this game is absolutely perfectly put together. The whole theme of her like leaving her life behind and not being able to just sort of reconcile with these people that she left behind, and as a, you know, she's looking for an escape, but it's more than just, yeah, I'm gonna escape for a couple weeks to climb this mountain, right? Like she's literally escaping life as a whole, and it brings a lot of questions about what her life might have been, exactly what her motivations were. And obviously there's this point where there's an uncertainty about it, right? I don't think she really goes with the full decided intention of never coming back, right? There is an uncertainty when it comes to the point where you have to decide if you go down with Marco or not, which, you know, don't tell me anything about the alternative like if I had picked to go down, what would have happened. I don't know if I'm eventually gonna replay the game to see what happens, or if I'm gonna look it up. I'm not sure yet. I need a moment to decide how I'm gonna deal with that. But you know, there's definitely something about she makes the choice during the journey, and I think, you know, at that point when the last part of the ascent arrives, I think the moment she goes, she knows, you know, she knows she's not coming back down. Like she, at that point, she's decided. Which is why she can do it, because it doesn't matter if she, you know, fails, so to speak. And I think the way the game's a little bit ambiguous about what happens, you know, who the fuck knows? Maybe you fall. Maybe the reality of what happened is that you failed and you got swept away by that avalanche and you never made it to the top, and the rest of it was just, you know, it doesn't matter. That's the point. It doesn't matter if it's real or not, right? The end result's the same. And I think that's why the troglodyte, the whole thing with the troglodyte saying that, you know, when you die you go to the summit and beyond. And that's why they're doing those pilgrimages, trying to like have people climb to the summit because they want to reach that. There's a whole like really strong sort of juxtaposition between reaching the summit of Kami and passing to the you know, the next stage, or the afterlife, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, a form of acceptance for sure, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot there. Like, there's, you know, obviously I just finished it. I would have to rethink about a lot of the stuff and reread some of the documents and just kind of sort of wrap my head around the whole thing. But I think the general, you know, thematic journey is ends with that idea that getting to the summit physically or failing on the way there, it makes no difference. You've made your decision. You have your closure. Yeah, I like what is your summit there at the end, the question they ask. That's very cool. Yeah, that's an interesting detail, Macaron. I don't know if my reading of it is exactly the same, but especially the, you know, the villainous aspect of it. I'm not sure I'm in agreement with that. I don't know, Archie. To me, I'm not even sure she's still alive at that point. And presumably she is, but some of the events that happen with like Climbot breaking and all that seem very grounded, right? But again, I don't think it matters, right? It's the Inception top all over again. It doesn't matter if it falls or not. The point is, she's reached the point of accepting her fate already by that point, right? Now, I think for her personally, like actually reaching the top, I think still matters, right? Because I think there's something, I feel like there's something she's trying to prove to herself. Maybe that the sacrifices she made were worth it for the whole thing, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's a very, you know, I think there's a lot of stuff that remains open-ended there. I think there's various interpretation that can be applied. Buy what you love doing and let it destroy it. let it destroy you. Yeah. Yeah. This is a very, very strong ending. The moment she started grabbing those stars and climbing, like that got to me really hard. That was really beautiful. There's almost something, I don't want to make direct comparisons or anything because they're very different games, but there's almost something Outer Wild-esque about the very like sort of explosive sort of nature of that ending, you know, like I don't want to get into any details about Outer Wilds, and I'm staying as vague as can be, but I think there's something about, you know, the sort of the acceptance of something ending, right? I think is kind of why it gets to me so much, because I don't know, a lot of it, you know, letting go and yeah, Captain Dax, that's nice. My literally my only regret for this run is that one death. I feel, and I know it's kind of silly, and I get that it doesn't really matter at the end of it all, but for me personally, you know, it's a personal thing. If I didn't have that one death, and I would have had that whole pressure and tension the rest of the way, assuming I would have made it, because you never know, maybe I would have been more careless sometimes, and because the death kind of like sort of, you know, made me less, maybe more careful, maybe. But I think if I didn't have that one death, I think everything, including the ending, would have hit even stronger. I mean, you know, it still hit very much, but I think that it would have added that level of sort of perfect completion, I guess. Yeah, I was thinking about that exactly, RGZ. The fact that Climbot, in this case, I think I maybe even mentioned it, right? He's like, is the only presence she has in this, at this point. It very much represents some of the, you know, the other people she probably had in her life, right? It's all very interesting. There's a lot of stuff in this game. Like, there is a lot of stuff. Climbot is white and orange, like the cat, yeah. I feel like this is a game that you know you could probably play several times and see extra details every time. Like there's probably a shit ton of stuff that will eventually sort of make sense as I think about it more and replay it and look at some of my notes again and some of the messages and I just read one of the messages. I'm happy to end my life here, closest to you. Nothing can separate climbing partners. Climbot, you know, being our climbing partner in the game. That's pretty intense. But yeah, the whole symbolism in the Wind Palace as well with the, you know, obviously the life and death. This one's good too. I wish I could have enjoyed it a little more. It's never enough, is it? On that note, I think that the pacing of the game is impeccable. The length of the game is perfect. I think this is like absolutely perfectly sized game. It doesn't drag. It's not too short to have impact, right? I mean, obviously, I personally took 60 hours, but even like for a normal, you know, like regular speed, I think it's just the right length, right? To have enough impact, not overstaying its welcome. There's enough like the fact that suddenly you get like the ice climbing, there's a few variations, like it does enough to never get boring. At least for me, I not one moment of the climb felt like a bore. It's kind of a, you know, I wouldn't go as far as to say like a perfect game because, you know, there's a few bugs, there's a few things in the gameplay that could be a bit smoother, and sometimes it's a little, you're finding the controls here and there a little bit, even though they're generally pretty smooth. But yeah, no, I mean, it's absolutely beautifully put together video game. Beautiful piece of art that I will definitely remember for a long, long time. Yeah, exactly. Not perfect, but close enough. And I think it's even one of those things where I think the issues with the gameplay, probably it's one of those things where it feels like it could only be fixed at the cost of some of the free-flowing nature of it, right? You would have to make it more rigid to avoid those sort of little janky little bits, right? Because the jank comes from the fact that there's so much contextual stuff and so much freedom and so much like, you know, it's not like clean climbs that you have this hold and then this hold and then this hold, and it's all very like sort of designed to be linear and scripted, right? Like the free form aspect of it is what brings the also like the jankiness, because the system needs to adapt to literally an infinity of situations. So I'm willing to take the trade-off there, because that feeling of freedom while exploring this thing is unprecedented. Like the feeling of adventure this game has given me, not a lot of games have done that before. Probably fingers, you know, count on the fingers of one hand. No, like proper masterpiece, this game. The most linear, non-linear game I know. I would go the other way around. It's the most non-linear, linear game I know. Because fundamentally, it's a linear game. You go straight up, right? Like, there's only one general direction. But on the way there, there's so much freedom. It's so much to explore. Like, I've barely seen 10% of the wall, 10% of the walls you can climb, and I've explored a shit ton, and I feel like I've only seen like 10% of all the walls. There's this thing that I never figured out. Yeah, the shooting stars on the screen, yeah. Beautiful. This thing I never figured out. Sort of a labyrinth thing. I wonder if it's a map to something that I never found. I'm really curious about that. I feel like this could be a hint to something hidden in the game somewhere. I don't know. Could do some killer DLC for this. Yeah, like just give people, like you could do a DLC that's literally just a gym with a shit ton of like super hard boulders and walls, and even have like, you know, speedrun mechanics integrated in the game. There's so many options that they could turn this into like something super fun for like climbing fans. And that's, you know, sidestepping sort of like the narrative thing about the game, right? But just using the gameplay. And yeah, imagine if there was like a, yeah, like a speedrun mode. And then you can select specific walls on the mountain and you just climb that, and there's a timer. And then it becomes this whole thing with the community, you know, fighting over those times and everything. There could seriously be some absolutely beautiful stuff done with that, as far as like maintaining sort of the community and getting people to play the game over and over, and longevity with like speedrunning and challenges. Climb down the other side without rappelling. Ugh, I don't know about that one. Climbing down is such a pain. Anyway. Does it break top 3? I don't think so, Mark. I think it's definitely for sure top 10. Top 5? Top 3? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like every other game in the top 3 has a scope that is a little bigger. I don't know. But it is one of my favorite games I've ever played. I can safely say that. There's no current top 10. The only thing I know is top 3. And even then, I mean, I don't know if it matters anymore. I've played so many good games in the past few years. I don't know if it matters anymore. I will say that I did not expect this one to, you know, even be in the conversation. I thought it was going to be, you know, it seemed like when I saw like a bit of bits and pieces of the trailer when Brendan put that game on my map before release, I was like, oh yeah, this looks really cool. Like I liked Fury, you know, I like those devs. Seems like it has interesting gameplay. I like the idea of a climbing game. That sounds really cool. I did not expect it would be that intense and amazing of a like full-on experience. Yeah. Maybe Inkthar. Maybe we'll have to get there eventually. If I don't know. It's so hard. Listen, so many. I'm starting like the more. I don't know if it's me getting older and more at peace with some concepts of. But it's like so many games are so different. How do you compare something like this with Blueprints or Disco Elysium? How do you compare this to even like Returnal or Last of Us 2 or Hollow Knight? At some point there are some games that are so good I almost feel like I'm getting to the point where I'm accepting the idea that having a top of any kind, even 3, is pointless. they're just all so good. It's just it's just a beautiful game. Yeah, they're side by side with one another. I mean, this game's doing things that no other game has ever done. You know, that I've played, and to that degree, like that sense of adventure and immersion and managing your resources and survival. This is the best survival game I've ever played. Straight up. From a perspective of survival mechanics and how you deal with your inventory and how it combines with the actual adventure you're on and how you have to manage all that. Best I've ever played. And the survival feels like necessary. It feels real because of the adventure and the themes of the narrative and all that, right? It feels essential. It's not just a mechanic on top of a fucking crafting game. I don't know. It's doing things no other game has ever done, just like most of my favorite games, you know? It's doing something that no other game has done before in that way. And I think that's what I'm looking at the end of the day is... This is the best game I've ever played that does what it does. I don't know. I need to think about all that stuff more. I mean, there's no real necessity for specifics there, but I don't know. I'm a nerd. I like understanding things better and classifying things better. I don't know. It's just a thing. I need to get working on my TikTok series idea, which I've started prototyping, and it's looking pretty good. I think I'm gonna be able to do something. Have a pretty fast workflow. I should be able to push out videos pretty fast once I have like the fixed format and everything. And I haven't spoken publicly about what the concept of that TikTok thing is going to be, but I think it's going to be pretty cool if I manage to make it the way I'm imagining it. We'll see. Ascent over. You can load your save to review your route from the game slot selection menu. Review route. Is it gonna be the whole thing? See, that's why I'm happy I didn't play in permadeath mode for... Oh my god. That's why I'm happy I didn't play, permadeath on the first playthrough, because being able to see the whole damn thing is so cool. What a journey this has been. 100 of those falls were in the gym. A little less than that, but yeah, quite a few. Whoa. Okay, that's just a little cave. I thought I missed like a, you know, a big cave or something to explore. I would have been very mad at myself. All those beautiful places. The music is so good too. Oh, remember this place? How much time we spent there? With Joanna's little hideout. This was probably the longest place we've stayed, I think. Like overall area. Oh, although the Wind Palace we stuck around for quite a bit too. Lake, Wind Palace, yeah. TJ, yeah. Mountain goat got there. Maybe there's a mountain goat that goes up there every morning. That's like morning routine. And for us humans, it's a mega struggle. Man, this wall was... God, this thing was a bitch. You missed the Wind Palace down there? Uh-huh. No, I don't think the characters' models, I don't think they spawn. We checked the other day with Joanna. It's just spawning the environments. Man, what a hell of a journey. I hope it was fun to watch on stream. I mean, for some of you, it clearly was. It was kind of a last-minute decision to play this instead of the planned schedule. I have no regrets. I have absolutely no regrets. What a game. I did not expect as much from this game as it delivered. I will never forget. But yeah, it's interesting how, as we got to like the proper final ascent, I mean, obviously the mountain gets smaller, so it makes sense, right? As you get to the summit, but suddenly it wasn't so much about exploration anymore. It was like straight up survival, making it to the end, you know? All this felt so hostile, climbing this, with the storm and everything. The part we climbed during the night was so immersive and you know, oppressive almost. Like, the scale of that video game. It does look a little bit like the area around Mount Holly. Blueprints. Someone mentioned that earlier. Give you that. Oh my god, you can... Oh, dude. You can even see the stars. How cool is that? Can I speculate about something? Sure. Get exceptional authorization. Yeah, macaron, yeah. Oh yeah, there's that stuff. I forgot about that. We had a choice there. I wonder what happens if you do the other things. Seems likely some have been cursed. Do you think, for instance, the old man has been cursed? Maybe his curse is why he just survives there without food and... condemned to look at other people die for eternity? Nope. I mean, you light the fires on the way up, right? Well, I mean... could technically light them on the way down, I guess. I don't know. Could be. I mean, it could... obviously, nobody ever climbed before, so... I don't think there's any... it could be just... an old troglodyte belief. I don't know. What a beautiful game. Jeez. Beautiful journey indeed. Alright, well. Thank you all. Oh. Archeesy, thank you for gifting 1 sub to the summit. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, what a ride. Holy fuck. I don't know what the plans are. There's a part of me that wants to do free solo attempts, but there's also parts of me that are like, I've played this game for several weeks. This was a beautiful, complete journey. I kind of don't want to ruin it by restarting the game with a challenge thing. I feel like I need to let it sit maybe for a while before I do, maybe in the future, attempt to do free solo attempts just for fun and maybe notice more things. Or if I want to replay the game someday, it could be fun to, you know, do free solo stuff. It's a good reason to return, I guess. Noger, thank you for 15 bucks. Appreciate you for the pizza. Yes, thank you, thank you. Noger, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the huge amount of support tonight. I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna let you guys know on Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, make sure to do so. If you haven't followed the channel, make sure to do so. I'll let you guys know what the plan is. I don't even know if I'm streaming tomorrow or not. I might stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll do free solo runs. Maybe we'll do Steam demos tomorrow. Maybe I won't stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. Just expect the unexpected. I'll let you guys know on Discord when I figure it out. If I'm not streaming tomorrow, it most likely means... I think the most likely plan, at least for tomorrow, I'm not sure. There might be some Steam demos tomorrow. I'm not sure. But regardless, Sunday, I'm pretty sure Sunday we're starting Dispatch. But who the fuck knows? Last time I said that, we started playing CAIRN. But I'm thinking Sunday we'll be starting Dispatch. Again, I'll let you guys know on Discord over the weekend what's actually happening and all that. I'm sorry to not be more specific, but you know how it is. I have to make the best decisions when they come. I'm gonna have to think about it tonight, but that's the plan, at least. The plan is Sunday starting Dispatch, and then once we're done with that, Silksong. That's still the plan currently. We'll know what happens. We'll see what happens. Yeah, anyway. Thank you guys, thank you everybody for being with me on this journey. You were my climbing partners for this one, and I'm glad we got to the summit together. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys in the next one. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.